Chapter 1050. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with a trace of brilliance. The things in this great extinguishing dynasty stronghold were indeed a huge harvest. Just the 15 million caddies of Lingjing alone could be regarded as a rare treasure. Kid, you are at the peak of 8th heaven of Enlightenment Realm, and Lord Crocodile is about to reach the peak of 5th heaven of Enlightenment Realm. Now, with the 15 million caddies of Lingjing as a guide, plus the Lingjing we have accumulated before, after refining them together, we can both advance a small level without any problem. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, one man and one crocodile each took out a large pile of Lingjing and combined it with the 15 million caddies of Lingjing here. Then they sat cross-legged in this place and began to refine the Lingjing for cultivation. For a time, the Lingjing collapsed and turned into billowing spiritual energy, rushing into the man and the crocodile's body continuously. Lin Tian ran the Sun Heart Sutra and quickly refined the spiritual energy into his body, slowly and steadily improving his cultivation. Next to his life origin, the little guy in the sacred egg woke up and cried out happily, absorbing along with him. Lin Tian smiled faintly in his heart and continued to cultivate in peace. He ran the Sun Heart Sutra very quickly, while using the Lingjing spiritual energy to improve his cultivation. He also comprehended the Great Path at the same time. In this way, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a majestic divine power spread out in Lin Tian's body, and then it quickly calmed down. He stopped cultivating, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. His entire person's essence, qi and spirit became stronger. At this time, he had reached the 9th heaven of Enlightenment Realm. The divine power in his body flowed like the Yellow River, and his combat power was obviously much stronger. Great! He clenched his fist slightly. In reality, as early as half a year after he traveled with Wu Yi, he was only half a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of Wuzhen. Now, with the help of the tens of millions of pounds of Lingjing as an external force, he naturally crossed this small half-step very quickly, from the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of Wuzhen to the 9th heavenly layer of Wuzhen. At this time, there was still a lot of Lingjing in this place. He sat down quietly and used his own strength to consolidate his cultivation. Inside his life essence, the little fellow inside the divine egg let out joyful cries as it continued to absorb the spiritual energy here. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile was still cultivating with the help of Lingjing's spiritual qi. The demonic light outside its body was getting stronger and stronger. Very quickly, an entire day passed. Boom! At this moment, the demonic aura around the Wuxing Crocodile's body flared up and became much stronger in an instant. Awesome! It couldn't help but howl. At this moment, it went from the 5th celestial layer of enlightenment to the 6th celestial layer of enlightenment. Its aura was even more condensed. It was also at this time that the Lingjing in this place was about a few million kilograms. Inside Lin Tian's body, the little fellow inside the divine egg let out joyful cries again, vigorously absorbing the remaining Lingjing's spiritual qi here. Not only could Lin Tian hear this sound, the Wuxing Crocodile could also hear it. It put away its excitement and said in surprise, "How long will it take for the little fellow inside the divine egg to come out? It has already absorbed so much spiritual qi, yet it still hasn't come out. Soon it shouldn't be long." Lin Tian Dao. He could sense the changes in the divine egg inside his life essence. The patterns on it were bright to a full extent, and the eggshell already showed signs of cracking. The demonic light in Wuxing Crocodile's eyes was very bright. It clicked its tongue and said, "This little fellow's origin is probably very unusual. After it breaks out of the shell, I really don't know what kind of power it will have. It must be very strong." Lin Tian Dao. Although the little fellow in the divine egg hasn't really been born yet, it already has its own consciousness and can understand Lin Tian's words. At this time it let out a cheerful cry, as if it was echoing Lin Tian's words. At the same time, the little fellow didn't forget to absorb the Lingjing's spiritual qi in this place. Soon, it absorbed the remaining Lingjing's spiritual qi here. After letting out a cry, it fell asleep again. Lin Tian smiled faintly, turned to other corners of the stone room, and collected all the other treasures here. "Let's go," he said to Whooshing Crocodile. A man and a crocodile soared into the sky. Lin Tian completely destroyed the stronghold with dense sword lights, then left this place. "Where are we going now?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "The seventh heaven. Destroy the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty there." Lin Tian Dao. "That place." Whooshing Crocodile frowned and said helplessly, "Boy, that place has a powerhouse at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer guarding it. With our current strength, we can't do anything there. It has now reached the sixth heavenly layer, and Lin Tian has reached the ninth heavenly layer. Their combat power has increased a lot, but they are still far from the peak of the fourth heavenly layer. Even if they have a holy weapon in hand, they can't do anything to people at this level." Lin Tian's expression was calm. "Isn't there the Emperor corpse poison?" He stepped on the void, and his steps were gentle, causing Whooshing Crocodile to stare at him. Ruthless. It couldn't help gritting its teeth. According to the information it and Lin Tian obtained from the Sea of Consciousness of the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty, there are 3 old assassins at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer in the seventh heaven, as well as some at the early nirvana stage. There are also many Wuzhen stage assassins. The lineup is very terrifying, but even so, a bottle of Emperor Corpse poison is enough to destroy the stronghold. Everyone will suffer and be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Their speed was moderate, and it didn't take them much time to reach the space-time portal between the sixth heaven and the seventh heaven. Without hesitation, they stepped into the space-time portal. For a time, darkness flooded everything. Then, not long after, a man and a crocodile were shaken out of the darkness and reappeared in the seventh heaven. "Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. He and Whooshing Crocodile were already very clear about the location of the great extinguishing divine dynasty's stronghold in the seventh heaven. At this time, without any hesitation, they directly left the space-time portal and headed towards the northwest of this heaven. At this time, they were moving at a very fast speed. After a few hours, they arrived at an extremely remote place in the heavenly realm. They appeared in the air above a desolate mountain where no one was around. Looking down from the sky here, not even a few green plants could be seen in the mountain. There were only red and yellow stones everywhere, and there was no vitality to speak of. A man and a crocodile stared at the ground with cold eyes. "Boy, do it!" Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian nodded. With a flick of his left hand, the holy armor-level murdering immortal bow appeared in his hand. He directly pulled the holy bow towards the barren mountain, and a 3-foot-long holy arrow condensed in the blink of an eye, shooting straight down. This was an arrow he launched with his 9th heavenly layer cultivation base, and its power was undoubtedly stronger and more terrifying than before. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the void in all directions collapsed, and the arrow shot straight into the barren mountain. Then, when the arrow fell for a distance, it suddenly touched an invisible barrier. The two were in a stalemate, shaking out dense Dao marks and array patterns, revealing a large enchantment. Through the barrier, one could see that there was a black palace that was neither large nor small. Using Dao patterns and array patterns to seal and conceal the stronghold, ordinary 6 heavenly layer powerhouses can't even sense it. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Holding the holy bow in his left hand, he pulled the bowstring again and condensed another holy killing arrow with his great Dao law and divine soul power. Because of the powerful Dao patterns and array patterns that enveloped this place, it really looked like a simple, barren mountain from the outside. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through it at all, and because there was only a barren mountain in their field of vision, there was no life or spiritual energy, so naturally no one would come here. However, he and Whooshing Crocodile had already learned the secret of this place from the consciousness of the 9 divine extinguishing dynasty assassins. So how could they be deceived? Whoosh! He released the bowstring with his right hand, and the second holy killing arrow fell. Suddenly, the 2 holy killing arrows merged together, and with a cracking sound, they shattered the Tao patterns and array patterns here. Then the dark palace below was completely revealed, and it was visible to the naked eye. Almost at the same time, 3 figures silently appeared above the dark palace, each of them exuding the aura of the peak 4th heavenly layer nirvana, and they were extremely powerful. Then more figures rushed out, with shock in their eyes but more killing intent, causing the air here to turn cold in an instant, and the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. How did you find this place? On the top of the dark palace, one of the 3 figures spoke. His voice was cold, and his eyes were even colder. Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently and looked down from a higher place. Guess! The expression of the person who spoke didn't change, but his eyes were even colder. Die here. This person spoke again and directly stretched out his big hand, covering the sky and the sun, and ruthlessly grabbed at Lin Tiantan from below. Lin Tianling smiled and called Whooshing Crocodile to retreat. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out the transparent jade bottle containing the Emperor's corpse poison that he obtained from the stronghold of the divine extinguishing dynasty in the 6th heaven. He covered the transparent jade bottle with dense dragon patterns, making it impossible to see the inside from the outside. Then he wrapped it in divine light and threw it straight down. After that, he wrapped the Whooshing Crocodile in golden divine light, stepped on the yin and yang ho, and quickly fled into the distance. On the dark palace, the old assassin at the 4th heavenly layer didn't care about what Lin Tiantan threw down. He only thought that it was Lin Tiantan's killing intent. The momentum of his big hand didn't decrease, and it mercilessly struck forward, shaking the void in all directions. Then, in the blink of an eye, the old man's big hand met the jade bottle wrapped in divine light thrown by Lin Tiantan. With a crisp sound, the divine light shattered, and the transparent jade bottle also shattered. The Emperor's corpse poison floated out on the spot. Ah! The old assassin at the 4th heavenly layer screamed in pain. His big hand was infected by the Emperor's corpse poison, and it began to rot in an instant. Moreover, the corpse poison spread, directly entering his body through his large hand, making him cough out blood on the spot. With a pung sound, he fell down from the palace of darkness, rolling on the ground. He released even more miserable screams that sounded like his heart and lungs were being torn apart. On the dark palace, the other 2 old assassins at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer were shocked. What's going on? Moreover, the other assassins also changed their expressions. There's a black fog falling from the sky. A Wujin assassin suddenly shouted. In the sky, after the jade bottle shattered, a part of the Emperor's corpse poison infected the old assassin's arm. More of the Emperor's corpse poison floated in the air and fell down, covering the entire dark palace. The assassins were infected by the black fog one after another. Even if they propped up the divine light curtain, it didn't have any effect. Ah! Chapter 1051. The Emperor corpse poison was too terrifying. It was in the form of a black mist, and after it overflowed from the shattered jade bottle, it fell down in the blink of an eye, completely enveloping the palace of darkness and the space within 100 zhang of it, including all the assassins in this area. Ah! The screams were ear-piercing and heart-wrenching. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile had already left a long distance. They stood in the sky and looked at the dark palace. The air in the area covered by the Black Emperor's corpse poison began to decay, and the assassins fell to the ground one after another, struggling in pain. Ah! Ear-piercing screams continued, one after another. Emperor's corpse poison. You actually... An old assassin at the peak of the fourth layer of Nirvana realm recognized the black fog and looked at Lin Tian in the distance with shock, anger, and fear. Lin Tian stood in the distance with a sneer on his face. "How about it? I specially came here to give you a big gift. Not bad, right?" The old assassin who spoke was enraged. He activated all of his divine power to resist the zombie poison, but it was useless. In the blink of an eye, all of the divine power he activated was annihilated. His body started rotting at a rapid pace. He could not stop the process at all. No. 5 feet away, a desperate scream sounded. The old assassin, who was the first to be infected by the Emperor's corpse poison, was filled with fear. At this time, his body was completely submerged and melted by the Emperor's corpse poison. Even his divine soul was destroyed. Even an old assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm ended up like this. The other ordinary assassins were naturally even more miserable. It was impossible for them to resist this terrifying corpse poison. Even if they used all their means, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 200 assassins in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing godly dynasty in the seventh heaven had died. Among them, there were dozens of enlightened realm assassins, dozens of half-step Nirvana realm assassins, and even powerful Nirvana realm assassins. All of them died miserably. Their bodies were turned into thick blood by the corpse poison, and even their divine souls were corroded by the corpse poison. Screams of despair filled the air. In the Black Emperor's corpse poison, the assassins were corroded one after another. All of them watched helplessly as their bodies rotted and turned into thick black blood. The scene could be said to be horrifying and extremely tragic. An old assassin at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm looked at Lin Tian in the distance. His body had already been mostly corroded, and his eyes were filled with fear and resentment. "You actually use something like the Emperor corpse poison. You have such a vicious heart." Lin Tian sneered in disdain. "A stinky rat like you, who hides in the dark and bites people at will, whose body is covered in blood, have the right to say that I'm vicious? To deal with people like you, no matter how cruel the methods are, they are still benevolent," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook, and the Lin Tian sword force appeared. It slashed forward at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for the old assassin's forehead. "You, pooh!" This person's head was directly pierced through by Lin Tian's sword. Then the Emperor's corpse poison took advantage of the opportunity to flood in even more violently. Following a miserable scream, this person's divine soul was instantly corroded and annihilated. His body also turned into thick blood in an instant. Lin Tianling snorted. He stood in the distance and made his move. He didn't move at all and just looked at the palace of darkness coldly and emotionlessly. The miserable screams were endless, like the howls of resentful ghosts. At that place, the Emperor's corpse poison enveloped the space within a radius of a few hundred meters. The assassins rolled and struggled. Their flesh was slowly corroded, and not even their bones were left. Their divine souls were also slowly annihilated, and they died tragically one after another. After that, in just a few dozen breaths, the miserable screams in the palace of darkness disappeared. The group of assassins had all disappeared, and only pools of thick blood were left on the ground. It emitted a foul stench, and it made one's scalp tingle. As expected of the Emperor's corpse poison, it is indeed domineering. Wuxing Crocodile took a deep breath. Although it knew that the Emperor's corpse poison was very terrifying, seeing this scene with its own eyes, it still couldn't help but be shocked. 3 peak fourth heavenly layer Nirvana realm powerhouses, 7 ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouses, more than a dozen half-step Nirvana realm cultivators, and a group of Wu Zhan realm and Great Tao realm assassins were annihilated in just a few dozen breaths. Lin Tianling smiled. He stood in the sky and looked at the Palace of Darkness. At this time, he couldn't feel any vitality in that place, and the black, mist-like Emperor's corpse poison was also gradually disappearing. After all, this kind of corpse poison can't exist forever. Let's go. He beckoned Whooshing Crocodile to leave. Whooshing Crocodile was taken aback. Are we leaving now? Let's see if there are any good things in the Palace of Darkness. This is the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 7th heaven. The collection should be richer than the one in the 6th heaven. Maybe it is just like the one in the 6th heaven. The accumulation of these years hasn't been sent back to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. After being infiltrated by the Emperor's corpse poison, even if there are good things, they will be completely contaminated and wasted. Lin Tiandao, Whooshing Crocodile, heard this and suddenly understood. This is true. Lin Tianling raised his hand, and countless sword lights intertwined. He slashed at the Palace of Darkness in the distance, causing the entire Palace of Darkness to collapse and fall apart. For a time, sand and dust billowed everywhere. Let's go, he said again, and left with Whooshing Crocodile. Soon, they were far away from this place. Boy, what are we going to do next? It's impossible to destroy the 2 strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven, right? There are also peak 4th heavenly layer powerhouses guarding there. With our current strength, we can't do anything to those 2 strongholds. Whooshing Crocodile said, I know. Lin Tiandao said, let's find a hidden place and cultivate in seclusion. Seclusion? Whooshing was taken aback. Lin Tiandao nodded. Not long ago, I destroyed all the strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, and spread my divine sense to the 9th heaven. It must have been known by the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's bishop. They will definitely be angry. Then they will definitely send terrifying assassins to deal with us. Now, the terrifying assassins sent by the 9th heaven should be almost here. Once we are found, it will definitely be a disaster. At this time, we might as well hide for a while. In this way, we can avoid the more terrifying assassins of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Secondly, we can sort out our cultivation base and Tao foundation in peace. After all, our cultivation base has been breaking through very quickly recently. If our Tao foundation is loose, it will be bad. He continued, in the end, attacking the all-extinguishing divine dynasty is just a matter of convenience. Our main goal is to improve our cultivation base and become stronger. Hearing this, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad, boy, your mind is quite meticulous. Well, let's do as you said. Find a hidden place to cultivate in seclusion, Whooshing Crocodile said. At this time, after listening to Lin Tian's analysis, it felt that it was very reasonable. Lin Tian nodded and moved faster, striding into the distance. Not long after, he used the dragon burial scripture as a guide and found a place with extraordinary spiritual qi. It was located dozens of feet deep underground, and it was a relatively simple terrain for gathering spiritual qi. He and Whooshing Crocodile entered the ground and came to this spiritual qi gathering place. They set up 18 ceiling formations in a row, then stopped and sat down cross-legged. When we go out again, our cultivation base and combat strength will definitely increase again. At that time, we will ruthlessly mess with the son of AB** TCH all-extinguishing divine dynasty. We will never let this bloodline be happy. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Of course, Lin Tian also sneered. A faint light intertwined in his eyes. Then he closed his eyes, and a faint golden light intertwined on the surface of his body. He sorted out his cultivation base and comprehended his own Tao. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The 6th heaven, 3 black-robed figures appeared in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in this heaven. Their eyes were cold, and their aura was icy cold. The 3 of them were all-powerful assassins of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 9th heaven. Their bodies were surrounded by an extremely terrifying, murderous aura. Each of them seemed to have killed countless creatures. Not long ago, Lin Tian consecutively destroyed the all-extinguishing divine dynasty strongholds in the first heaven to the fourth heaven, and sent his divine sense imprint into the ninth heaven, causing the ninth heaven to be in an uproar. Many cultivators discussed the all-extinguishing divine dynasty one after another, and all of them were negative. It was like a resounding slap on the face of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, making the bishop of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty furious. Now, the three of them came down from the ninth heaven to erase Lin Tian from the world as soon as possible. At this moment, the three of them stared at the destroyed, all-extinguishing divine dynasty stronghold, and their eyes became colder and more eerie. Then, in the next moment, the three of them disappeared silently like ghosts. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the seventh heaven. When they saw the ruins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and the pools of blood on the ground, the killing intent around their bodies became even more terrifying. Not long after the all-extinguishing divine dynasty strongholds in the first heaven to the fourth heaven, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty strongholds in the sixth heaven and the seventh heaven were also destroyed. The three of them didn't need to think about it to know that all of this was done by Lin Tian. Find him, kill him. One of them said. These 4 words sounded out in a hoarse and low voice, and they instantly shattered expanse after expanse of space. Their great extinguishing god dynasty had been passed down for countless years. Even Chaos Realm experts had been successfully assassinated before, and they were revered by the world. But now a young cultivator who was just at the Enlightenment realm actually dared to do such a thing. Inform the 2 strongholds in the 8th heaven. We will search for him together. Another person said, following which 3 whooshing sounds rang out as the 3 of them flew off in different directions in search of Lin Tian's tracks. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. There are no clues. For a full 3 months, the 3 of them searched everywhere for Lin Tian. They even sent assassins to the 2 strongholds of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven, but to no avail. They couldn't find any trace of Lin Tian at all. Continue to search. The cold voice resounded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed, and the all-extinguishing divine dynasty sent more assassins to secretly search for him. Unfortunately, it was still to no avail. However, time was still flowing, and the days passed steadily. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 years, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty spent a lot of effort to search for Lin Tian. During this period, no one knew how many powerhouses they sent out, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Lin Tian. Lin Tian seemed to have evaporated from the world, after which this faction gradually quietened down. The search for Lin Tian and the pursuit to kill him also became much less intense. After that, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. On this day, the 7th heaven suddenly shook violently. In an unknown place, rolling thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and blood-red lightning crackled, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. F***CK. Kid, you must have done a lot of evil in your previous life. Your grandfather, this Lord Crocodile, is preparing to break through to the Enlightenment 9th level. Don't cross your tribulation here. Chapter 1052. The sound of thunder resounded across the sky. Boundless dark thunderclouds appeared in the sky, covering a vast area. The entire 7th heaven trembled, and the destructive aura it exuded was terrifying. Boom! A rumble rang out, causing the entire world to shake. It was like a star had exploded in a thundercloud. F***CK. Kid, stop it. Deep in the mountains and forests, the sky was dark and scary, and the thunderclouds were thick and scary. A horrifying voice came from the ground. In this place, hundreds of meters deep in the ground, Whooshing Crocodile's scales stood up, and its eyes were filled with fear. Next to it, Lin Tian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His brows were deeply wrinkled, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Gradually, dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It wasn't until more than 10 breaths later that his body relaxed slightly. After exhaling a long, turbid breath, he opened his eyes. At the same time, the rolling thunderclouds in the sky disappeared in an instant, returning to its usual appearance. The bloody lightning and the destructive aura also dissipated completely. Damn it! You scared this Grandpa Crocodile to death. Underground, Whooshing Crocodile breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, the thunderclouds condensed in the sky shrouded this place, exuding a terrifying destructive aura. It felt like the starry sky was about to crush it, causing it to feel a chill down its spine. At this time, it felt like it had just walked through the gates of hell. Lin Tian squinted at it. Look at you, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? For more than 2 years, he sorted out his cultivation in this place, comprehended the great Tao, and cultivated himself. At this moment, he was about to enter the Nirvana realm. At the same time, the Great Path reacted just like when he ascended to the Flight of Flight, the Celestial Connection, the Great Path, and Enlightenment. A destructive, heavenly tribulation condensed. The destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme, causing him to stop in his steps towards the Nirvana plane. Bah, this heavenly tribulation is coming for you. It doesn't matter if you're afraid or not, it will still come. Even if it kills you, it will only have something to do with you. But if Master Crocodile gets into trouble because of your heavenly retribution, he will be dragged down by you because Master Crocodile doesn't need to suffer. Whooshing Crocodile said with a look of disdain, Tell me, how can we be the same? Can you compare them? Lin Tian, buzz. It was also at this time that the demonic light around Whooshing Crocodile intertwined. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical aura spread out. The surrounding soil shook violently. If it weren't for the protection of the ceiling formation patterns carved by Lin Tian, it would have collapsed long ago. In this way, after more than 10 breaths, the demonic light outside the 5 elements alligator's body finally calmed down. 9 heavens of Wuzhen! It barked excitedly. In more than 2 years, it went from the 6th firmament of enlightenment truth to the 9th firmament of enlightenment truth. Its aura and combat power were much stronger. Lin Tian tilted his head and gave it a sidelong glance. Okay, quickly put away your excitement and then step back a little. I will start to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. He said, Now, prepare for the heavenly tribulation here. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. Have you thought about how to pass the heavenly tribulation? Yes. Lin Tian Dao. Back then, Wu Yi took 3 pieces of Phoenix Bloodstone from the immortal island of no return. You and I each got one. After this, I will use my piece of Phoenix Bloodstone to create a defensive armor. Although it can't become a heavenly treasure, its toughness should be strong enough to support me through this Nirvana-level heavenly tribulation. The Phoenix Bloodstone was said to be condensed from the blood of the legendary divine Beast Phoenix. It had an unparalleled value. It was an immortal material used to create chaos heavenly treasures. It was a rare treasure even for ordinary emperors. Moreover, this thing had many other miraculous effects. Each miraculous effect was very shocking. It could be said to be priceless. In the past 2 years, while Lin Tian was cultivating, he had already thought about how he might attract the heavenly tribulation when he stepped into the nirvana state. He had been thinking about how he should go about overcoming the heavenly tribulation when the time came. Eventually, he thought of this method. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. It had obtained a piece of Phoenix Bloodstone because of Wu Yi. If this thing is made into armor, its defensive power will definitely be very good. It is very likely to help you successfully pass through this heavenly tribulation. Then it paused and said, However, isn't it a pity to use this immortal material like this? After all, It is an immortal material used to create chaos heavenly treasures. It is equivalent to the prototype of a heavenly treasure. Its value is immeasurable. There is nothing to pity. This kind of thing can be found again when I enter the Chaos Emperor realm. Lin Tianandao. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes but did not say anything about this matter. After all, Lin Tian did not care about it. Moreover, it thought about it. Lin Tian still had a divine sword in his body. That thing seemed to be much more powerful than a heavenly treasure. It looked at Lin Tian and said, "Oh, you're going to use the Phoenix Bloodstone to forge the armor? You are going to do it here?" Lin Tian nodded. Yes. He waved his right hand and took out a bloodstone from the stone ring. The bloodstone was intertwined with a faint light, like a blood jade. It was the Phoenix Bloodstone. Boy, this Phoenix Bloodstone is very tough. With your current level of strength, how are you going to forge it into armor? This seems a little troublesome. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian held the Phoenix Bloodstone in his right hand. With a thought, the Phoenix Bloodstone slowly floated up. Then, with a thought, a golden pure yang flame surged out and enveloped the Phoenix Bloodstone. It is indeed very troublesome, so I need time to accumulate. He appeared very calm and said, "According to my calculations, with the power of a special divine fire like the pure yang flame, we should be able to melt this Phoenix Bloodstone after burning for about 50 days. At that time, we can use it to forge battle armor." The Phoenix's Bloodstone was very tough. With his current strength, it was impossible to simply melt the Phoenix's Bloodstone. However, if he continued to burn the Phoenix's Bloodstone with his pure yang flame, it was only a matter of time before it melted. After all, even a small drop of water would be able to penetrate a large rock after a long time. About 50 days? Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. That is too long. Good things are strewn with setbacks. Lin Tian was still calm. Golden pure yang flame surged out of his right hand and burned fiercely, enveloping the Phoenix Bloodstone. He concentrated. The pure yang flame burned brightly, causing the air to distort slightly. Just like that, 47 days passed in the blink of an eye. After being burned by the pure yang flame for 47 days, the Phoenix Bloodstone finally began to melt on this day. Shocking waves of the Great Path intertwined, flashing with an extremely dense light of the Great Path. It was as if a great path was melting. This Phoenix Bloodstone has such dense Great Path intertwined within it? This is worthy of being a material for forging heavenly treasures. Chapter 1053. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. As the Phoenix's Bloodstone melted, powerful waves of the Great Path intertwined. It was too thick. However, he calmed down soon after. After all, the Phoenix's Bloodstone was an immortal material for forging heavenly treasures. It was a treasure even for ordinary emperors. It was normal for such a powerful Great Path to be intertwined within. He calmed his mind and focused. The light in his eyes grew thicker. He focused even more on activating the pure yang flame to accelerate the melting of the Phoenix's Bloodstone. For a moment, the golden divine fire sizzled as if it was going to burn the entire space. It was scorching hot. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, the Phoenix's Bloodstone melted completely, turning into a large ball of viscous liquid. The intertwining light was even thicker. A divine light flashed past Lin Tian's eyes. His right hand shook, and the golden pure yang flame burned even more fiercely. At the same time, his left hand moved as well. He even opened the divine eye of delusion and began to forge the defensive armor. This was his first time forging true armor, but he wasn't nervous. After all, his cultivation was close to the Nirvana realm. If he wanted to break through, he could do it with just a thought. Under such circumstances, if he grasped one thing, he would be able to grasp everything. He already knew many methods. Although it was not easy to smith at this moment, it was definitely not too difficult. Moreover, he had two great advantages. He had the divine eye of delusion and the pure yang flame. Opening his divine eyes allowed him to keenly capture and control every detail during the forging process, greatly reducing the difficulty of forging a piece of battle armor. Moreover, with divine flames like pure yang flame, the quality of the battle armor he forged would be even higher. Buzz! He activated the pure yang flame to wrap around the melted phoenix's bloodstone, expanding the range of the divine fire. When he opened the divine eye of delusion, the dragon pattern light became even brighter. He stared ahead seriously. Then he summoned the vision in his mind and began to shape the melted phoenix's bloodstone with his mind. He gradually outlined and condensed the shape of the armor. Kid, let me give you a reminder. Adding a strand of your origin source, essence blood, and Grand Tao laws will allow the armor to perfectly fit your body. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, he knew this. The pure, golden yang flame wrapped around the melted stone of Phoenix's blood and slowly took shape. Then, with a thought, a wisp of life origin, a wisp of blood essence, and a wisp of precepts of the great path entered the stone one after another, causing the golden divine fire to sizzle. Then he became even more attentive and focused all of his energy. He allowed the melted stone of Phoenix's blood to quickly merge with his origin, essence blood, and great path precepts. At the same time, he used his enormous divine will to shape it so that it would evolve into a true battle armor. Just like that, 7 days passed very quickly. Buzz! On this day, the golden pure yang flame became even more blazing, and within it, a dazzling halo surged out. As far as the eye could see, a blood-red battlesuit was laid out horizontally within the golden, divine fire. The armor, arm armor, chest armor, wrist armor, and leg armor were all present. They were gently connected, and as they flickered, there was a faint blood-red light and a faint golden light intertwined. Although they didn't look thick, they seemed to be the toughest thing in the world, as if they could withstand all kinds of destructive force. Done! A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. After more than 50 consecutive days, he had finally forged this battle suit with all his might. Whooshing Crocodile watched from the side, and his eyes couldn't help but light intertwined. It looks pretty good. Lin Tian nodded and said, Let's try it out. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand shook, and the divine artifact, level deity, slaying Bao, was taken out. He directly pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon. For a moment, a buzzing sound rang out. His divine power surged into the bow, and even his great path precepts were mixed in. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling divine arrow of slaughter was condensed. At close range, the arrow pierced through the newly forged battle suit. Boom! The divine arrow of slaughter shot out, and its majestic power directly shattered a large part of the underground space, landing firmly on the battle suit. Suddenly, another loud boom rang out. The surrounding space cracked and shattered, and the layers of soil collapsed one after another. A man and a crocodile propped up a defensive light curtain, blocking the falling layers of soil and gravel, and fixed their eyes on the battle suit in front of them. There, the divine arrow of slaughter collapsed, and the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The battle suit appeared, intertwined with bits of bloody light and bits of golden light lingering around it. It was completely undamaged, and not even a trace was left behind. Great! A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. With his current strength, pulling the divine bow with all his strength and infusing it with the great path precepts, its power was so strong that it could easily shoot an ordinary early-stage nirvana cultivator to death. However, when it landed on the battle suit, there was not even a trace left behind. It was enough to show the strength of this battle suit, and its defensive power was astonishing. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes were filled with surprise. This battle suit doesn't even have a weak divine aura. It's not a saint-level armor, but its defensive power is simply terrifying. It's really something made from the Phoenix Bloodstone. It's enough as long as its defensive power is strong. Lin Tian Ondao. He released his divine consciousness and branded his own divine consciousness imprint on the blood-red battle suit. Then, with a thought, it was stored in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he put away the divine bow in his hand. Let's go. It's time to go out. He tilted his head and said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile said, let's go. The soil layer in this underground space had collapsed because of Lin Tian's arrow, and there were cracks everywhere. The man and the crocodile got up and left directly. Not long after, they reappeared on the surface. At this time it was midnight. Stars dotted the night sky, and the full moon hung high in the middle, sprinkling a large area of bright moonlight on the earth. In the past 2 years, Lord Crocodile estimates that the pursuit of you by the all-extinguishing god dynasty should have weakened a lot. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said, after disappearing for so long, it's impossible not to. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. However, soon they will be excited again. Huh? What do you mean? Wuxing Crocodile looked at him. It's nothing. You will know when I transcend the tribulation. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, let's go to the 8th heaven. Wuxing Crocodile was even more puzzled. You don't want to go to the 8th heaven after transcending the tribulation? Lin Tian used the Phoenix Bloodstone to forge the battle suit for the tribulation, but he didn't immediately transcend the tribulation. Instead, he wanted to go directly to the 8th heaven, which made it even more curious. I'm going to the 8th heaven to transcend the tribulation. Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he didn't say anything more. He flew under the starry sky, heading towards the space-time portal from this heaven to the 8th heaven. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at him suspiciously, but it didn't ask any more questions. It flapped its wings and followed him. After that, it didn't take long for a person and a crocodile to arrive in front of the space-time portal leading to the 8th heaven. Looking around, the space-time portal here is still the same as the space-time portals in other heavens. The space-time portal here is still the same as the space-time portals in other heavens. The wide stone platform is intertwined with a rich aura of time. Among them, the 3 meters high purple light beam seems to have existed since ancient times. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. The person and the crocodile didn't hesitate. They stepped straight into the purple light beam on the stone platform and disappeared in a blink of an eye. For a time, darkness shrouded everything. In this regard, the person and the crocodile were very calm. They have passed through space-time portals too many times and have long been used to it. After an unknown amount of time, a little light appeared in front of them, and the surrounding darkness receded like a tide. Immediately afterward, the person and the crocodile were shaken out of the void at the same time. At this time, they were standing on the edge of a wide stone platform. The air was filled with vitality, and there were all kinds of strange plants growing around them. The aura fluctuations were also extremely strong. We have arrived in the 8th heaven, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian stood in place, looking out at this great world. Just by looking at a corner, he could see the vastness of this great world. After that, he didn't stay in this place for long. He directly soared into the sky and walked outside. Wuxing Crocodile naturally didn't stay and followed him slowly. Kid, where are you going to transcend your tribulation? Grandpa Crocodile is very familiar with this world. Can I recommend a few places for you to transcend your tribulation? It said, No, I've already found one. Lin Tiandao. What? Wuxing Crocodile was taken aback. It knew very well that this is the first time Lin Tian stepped into the 8th heaven. How could he have already found a place to transcend his tribulation? Lin Tian naturally saw Wuxing Crocodile's puzzlement. He smiled faintly and said, You will know soon. He flew in the air and followed a fixed direction. After about 14 hours, he arrived in front of a huge canyon that was adjacent to the mortal world. White fog intertwined in the canyon, and even when a strong wind blew, it was difficult to disperse. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. This place doesn't look very special, and because it's adjacent to the mortal world, no cultivators will come here. However, both it and Lin Tian knew that there was a stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty in this heaven. There are not only 9 powerhouses at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana guarding it, but also an old assassin at the 7th sky of Nirvana. It is the most terrifying stronghold of the 2 all-extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven. Kid, with our current strength, we can't overturn this place. Why did you come here at this time? It frowned. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Looking at the canyon ahead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The terrain is open, suitable for transcending tribulation." Whooshing Crocodile was taken aback when it heard the words. Then its eyes widened immediately. "You are ruthless," it said, and without another word, it retreated into the distance. Previously, Lin Tian said that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty would soon be agitated again. It was a little puzzled, but Lin Tian said, "You will know when I transcend my tribulation." At that time, it was a little puzzled by these words, but at this time, it instantly figured it out. Lin Tian actually ran directly to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty stronghold to transcend his tribulation. "This is simply asking for my life." Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. With a flick of his left hand, the holy armor-level, murdering divine bow appeared in his hand. He directly pulled the bowstring to the shape of a full moon. Divine power and the laws of the great path continuously poured into the bow. The aura of the 10 directions also intertwined, condensing into a dazzling holy arrow in the blink of an eye. Immediately he loosened his right hand, and the arrow broke through the air and rushed directly into the canyon. Boom! The powerful arrow broke into the canyon and exploded on the spot. The huge power directly dispersed the thick white fog that lingered in the canyon all year round, and a huge palace appeared in the depths of the fog. Immediately, the holy arrow was like a rainbow, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it approached the front of the huge palace. After breaking through a layer of array runes, it directly penetrated the palace. With a crack, a corner of the palace was directly shattered. Pieces of debris sputtered in all directions, and sand and dust billowed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated. Figures rushed out of the palace and appeared near the palace. All of them looked out of the valley with cold eyes, and all of them fell on Lin Tian. Chapter 1054. Facing the group of assassins in the stronghold of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, Lin Tian stepped forward calmly with a calm face. More than 2 years ago, he and Whooshing Crocodile destroyed 6 strongholds of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty and sent out a divine sense, mark to the 9th heavens to provoke and declare war. Needless to say, everyone in the all-extinguishing divine dynasty knew about him. In fact, he guessed that he should be on the top of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty's blacklist. Every assassin in this branch wanted to kill him as soon as possible. He walked towards the main hall in the canyon. In his left hand, on the holy bough, strands of light intertwined. In front of the hall, there were figures with cold eyes. "Lin Tian," someone said coldly. More than 2 years ago, after Lin Tian provoked the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, the all-extinguishing divine dynasty immediately sent out powerful assassins to hunt Lin Tian all over the world. The 2 strongholds of the 8th heaven also participated in the hunt, but unfortunately, they couldn't find Lin Tian. The hunt for Lin Tian gradually faded a lot. Unexpectedly, more than 2 years later, Lin Tian appeared on his own and directly forced them to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty stronghold, causing the assassins' killing intent to soar. "Kill," someone said coldly. In an instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In front of the hall, a group of assassins rushed towards Lin Tian. They were all assassins, and as assassins, they only cared about one thing, and that was to kill the target. As for how to kill, or how many people to kill, it wasn't within their scope of consideration at all. For a time, dense killing lights appeared in all directions. All of them were cold and piercing, aiming at Lin Tian's vital points. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. With a shake of his left hand, he replaced the sword with a holy bow and raised it straight. Clang! As he waved his saint bow, dozens of towering heavens sword auras materialized and slashed forward with clanging sounds. Instantly, the sounds of chi-chi-chi-chi could be heard as the large amount of killing lights that were pressing towards him were all shattered. At the same time, the dozens of heaven-piercing sword auras didn't dissipate, but continued to move forward without slowing down. Puff! Puff! Pooh! Blood splattered, and in the blink of an eye, several assassins were crushed, their bodies and souls destroyed. However, the expressions of the other killers who rushed towards Lin Tian did not change in the slightest. Each of them was cold and ruthless, like killing machines. In the blink of an eye, someone closed in on him. It was an expert at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of Wuzhen. He aimed a bloody sword at his head, the tip of the sword extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through all things in the world. Lin Tian was very calm. He raised his right hand and slapped down. With a crack, the space in front of him was directly shattered. The assassin who rushed in front of him was smashed into pieces with a slap, and even his spirit was destroyed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of people breaking through the air continued to ring in this space. More killers approached, each of them holding a cold, long sword. Their pace was very fast, and their eyes were even colder. They did not care about their dead companions at all. Lin Tian took a step forward and raised his holy bow again, releasing a wave of sword light. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, a bloody mist splattered in front of him again. This chapter does not end. Please turn to the next page. Died under this blow. Currently, he was in the Nirvana realm after all. He could enter the Nirvana realm with just a thought. Moreover, he was using the sword ray from the holy bow to kill a half-step to Nirvana realm cultivator, like cutting tofu. How could an ordinary assassin from the great extermination, divine, dynasty block it? All of you have emotionless gazes and cold expressions. You only have disdain for the death of those from the same bloodline. You charge at me coldly. In my opinion, you are not fearless. In fact, you are no different from clowns, he said. Hearing this, the faces of the great extinguishing divine dynasty assassins who rushed forward darkened. Lin Tian was humiliating them. Then, in the next moment, the group of assassins shouted one after another. The killing swords in their hands became even more terrifying, and they slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He had a smile on his face, but it was full of mockery. Do you think that I am humiliating and mocking you? Looking at the group of assassins who were rushing towards him, he raised his holy bow slowly. In fact, that is indeed the case. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his holy bow, and another wave of sword light rushed out. In an instant, a faint holy aura intertwined. Wherever the sword light passed, everything was destroyed. Another few assassins exploded. Around them, the faces of the assassins became even darker, and they all became a little ugly. As assassins, they didn't fear death, and they took this as their basic principle and took pride in it. But now, Lin Tian had trampled on the principle that they took pride in and mocked them to the point that they were worthless. Damn it! Someone growled. Kill! The aura of these assassins became even more violent. Someone used the divine concealment technique and closed in on Lin Tian like the god of death. Lin Tiantan smiled. He did not care about this at all, and he just walked forward slowly. Then a clanging sound was heard. Around him, a dense wave of sword light surrounded him, and it spread out like a wave. Immediately, popping sounds rang out. Quite a few assassins in the surroundings were shattered into pieces. The assassins who used the divine concealment technique to close in on Lin Tian were unable to escape. They were blasted out of space and exploded on the spot. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Humph! A cold snort was heard. In the front of the palace, a real powerhouse walked out. Nirvana-level fluctuations intertwined around him. This was an assassin at the first sky of Nirvana level. After walking out, his eyes fell directly on Lin Tian, and his killing intent was bone-piercing. After hiding for so long, you finally dared to show up. The blood-colored divine sword in this person's hand was like a blood dragon. Before it moved, it shattered the void beside the sword. Although I don't know how you found the strongholds of my dynasty, it is not important. Barging in here is tantamount to trespassing into hell. There is only one word waiting for you: death. Lin Tian looked at this person and could not help but laugh. Aren't the assassins of the great extinguishing God dynasty always quiet? Why are you so talkative? The face of the early stage Nirvana level assassin who walked out suddenly darkened, and his gaze became even colder as he stared at Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, he moved. The blood sword in his hand was like a blood dragon, and the murderous light intertwined as it slashed at Lin Tian. With a clang, the sword was extremely fast, and the angle of the slash was very strange. Ordinary people would not be able to avoid it. However, Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Facing this terrifying sword, his expression did not change. He raised his right hand to meet it, and just by stretching out 2 fingers, he caught the terrifying sword between his fingers. Suddenly, the surrounding assassins' faces changed. An early-stage Nirvana-level powerhouse from their faction had attacked. A terrifying sword was blocked by Lin Tian with just 2 fingers. The assassin's face changed and he was shocked. Lin Tian caught the opponent's blood sword with 2 fingers. Behind him, the reincarnation map rushed up and pressed down mightily. After 2 years, he could enter the Nirvana realm at any time now. His combat strength was many times stronger than before, and he did not care about an early-stage Nirvana-level cultivator at all. Boom! The reincarnation map roared. With his current cultivation, the powerful aura completely confined the space around him. The early-stage Nirvana-level powerhouse from the great extinguishing God dynasty naturally felt the terror of the reincarnation map. He was immediately shocked, and he burst out with all his divine power to shake off the blood sword. He broke free from Lin Tian and retreated quickly. However, Lin Tian was even faster than him. With a flash of his feet, he appeared behind him, grabbed the back of his head, and pressed him to the ground. When his face came into contact with the ground, a loud bang was heard, and a large area of the ground was shattered. Then, almost at the same time, the reincarnation map fell, drowning the man from the great extinguishing God dynasty and Lin Tian. Ah! A scream was heard, and then it disappeared. There, the reincarnation map dissipated, and Lin Tian stood up. His clothes were not stained with dust, and he floated like an immortal. The early-stage Nirvana-level assassin from the great extinguishing God dynasty had completely disappeared, and his body and soul were destroyed. Just now, although the reincarnation map had enveloped him and the man from the great extinguishing God dynasty, it naturally would not hurt him. After all, that was his own origin monarch territory. Outside the Grand Canyon, the 5-element crocodile couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this scene. This kid hasn't truly stepped into the Nirvana stage, yet he's already able to kill an initial stage Nirvana stage cultivator so swiftly. He's really as abnormal as before. At this time, it was far away from this place because it knew that Lin Tian would be undergoing the heavenly tribulation here later. It did not want to be implicated and be struck by lightning. In the canyon, the ordinary assassins of the great extinguishing God dynasty who were standing in this stronghold changed their expressions, and they were all shocked. An early-stage Nirvana-level expert was actually killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. Others saw that it was easy for him to kill the Nirvana-level assassin from the great extinguishing God dynasty, and he did it in an instant. However, in reality, he had already used all his strength in that attack. Otherwise, how could a Nirvana-level expert be killed so easily? It was simply impossible. Boom! Suddenly, waves of powerful auras rushed out from the palace in front of them, causing the ground to tremble. At this moment, more than 10 early-stage Nirvana-level assassins appeared in front of the palace, and 9 Peak Fourth Sky of Nirvana-level experts walked out. Then, a gray-robed elder silently appeared in front of them. The aura around his body was extremely cold. When the ordinary assassins around them saw the dozens of figures stepping out of the palace, especially the gray-robed elder at the front, their eyes lit up. They bowed to the gray-robed elder in unison, and then turned their heads to look at Lin Tian. Their expressions became cold again, as if they were looking at a corpse. Lin Tian glanced at the dozens of early-stage Nirvana-level assassins in front of him and the 9 Peak Fourth Sky of Nirvana-level assassins in front of him. His gaze fell on the gray-robed elder at the front. Peak of the 7th Sky of Nirvana level, about to enter the 8th Sky of Nirvana level. When he said this, his expression was very calm in the face of such an expert. There was even a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1055. A cold wind was blowing in the canyon. Lin Tian was facing the dozens of Nirvana realm experts with a slight smile on his face. Such an expression undoubtedly made the faces of the assassins in this stronghold even colder. Lin Tian had broken into the most powerful stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 8th heaven alone, facing dozens of Nirvana realm experts and an existence at the peak of the 7th Sky of Nirvana realm. He had such an expression as if he was looking down on them. At the front of the dozens of Nirvana realm experts, the gray-robed old man took a step forward, causing the entire canyon to tremble. He was an old assassin at the peak of the 7th Sky of Nirvana realm. The aura on his body was as cold as ice. "You very good." The old man opened his mouth, his voice cold. More than 2 years ago, Lin Tian had destroyed 6 of the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty's secret bases, and his divine sense had been branded into the 9th heavenly layer, causing everyone in the 9th heaven to know about it. This had greatly damaged the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty's reputation and prestige. In the past 2 years, the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty's requests had decreased significantly. This was naturally a big blow to the great extinguishing Divine Dynasty. After all, the source of materials for the great extinguishing Divine Dynasty to strengthen themselves was obtained by accepting commissions. With fewer commissions, the source of materials to strengthen the great extinguishing Divine Dynasty was also reduced. The development and prosperity of the great extinguishing Divine Dynasty had been greatly affected. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, the old assassin at the peak of the 7th Sky of Nirvana realm had a cold expression. With a majestic chill, he walked towards Lin Tian step by step. Every step he took would cause the ground to shake violently, as if a great earthquake was about to happen. Facing this old man, Lin Tian naturally felt a trace of pressure, but his expression didn't change at all. "I am indeed very good. You can see it at a glance. I don't need you to say more." He was very calm as he looked at the old man and said, "But you will soon be in a very bad situation." "What a sharp tongue!" The gray-robed old man's voice was cold. Shortly after, there was a buzzing sound. Dense amounts of runes appeared in the canyon and sealed the surrounding space. These runic inscriptions were extremely extraordinary and extremely powerful. Even rebirth realm experts would find it extremely difficult to shatter them. Under the pursuit of my great extermination god dynasty, you were able to survive for so long. Your escaping skills are indeed not bad. Now let me see how you can escape. This person's eyes were emotionless, filled with a murderous aura. He walked towards Lin Tian step by step, as if the void was about to be frozen. Such a murderous aura was exceptionally terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change. He still had a faint smile on his face. "Escape?" he said. "You think too much." As his words fell, he no longer suppressed his cultivation level. With a thought, the nirvana gate in his body instantly split open with cracking sound. A wave of majestic energy instantly surged up, like a torrent that could not be lifted, rolling and moving. Dong! Above the firmament, as if someone had beaten a sacred drum, the entire world instantly turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky as far as the eye could see. A huge thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye, covering the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. Streaks of red thunderbolts surged and intertwined like roaming true dragons, releasing a supreme heavenly might that could annihilate all things in the world. Boom! Thunder rumbled, resounding through the ninth heaven. At this moment, the entire eighth heaven trembled, and the Grand Canyon fell silent. Everything seemed to have lost its rhythm, leaving only the unparalleled sound of thunder echoing in the sky. Outside the Grand Canyon, the five elements crocodile suddenly trembled. He stared at the sky and swallowed his saliva. Damn, this kid is hated by the heavens. This nirvana tribulation is more terrifying than I imagined. No, I have to retreat further. Having said that, it retreated further away. In the blink of an eye, it moved another 1,000 feet away. Dong! In the sky, tribulation thunder rumbled and thunder rumbled. In the canyon, the gray-robed old man at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana stage stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face changed directly. At the same time, in this place, the other assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were also shocked. At this moment, the huge thundercloud vortex crossed the sky, making these assassins feel as if a pair of eyes were staring at them from the thundercloud. All of them felt a chill down their spines, and their internal organs turned cold in an instant. This is heavenly tribulation. In this place, none of the assassins of the great extinguishing divine dynasty could still remain calm. All of them broke out in cold sweat. Ascending to the nirvana stage, you are the one who attracted the heavenly tribulation. The gray-robed old man stared at Lin Tian. The coldness from before had disappeared, and it was replaced by shock and disbelief. How could you attract the heavenly tribulation when you have stepped into the nirvana stage? Since ancient times, the heavenly tribulation could only be attracted when a cultivator stepped into the immortal connecting realm. It was known as the Great Tao Heavenly Punishment. But now, when Lin Tian stepped into the nirvana stage, he attracted the heavenly tribulation too. No matter how hard he tried, this was something that had never happened before in the history of cultivation. Most importantly, at this moment, the aura of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as him felt a wave of fear, as if the starry sky was about to fall on him. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled and blood-red lightning intertwined like blood dragons. The aura of destruction enveloped all directions of the sky. Lin Tian stood where he was, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With a thought, the battle suit made of the phoenix's bloodstone floated out from his sea of consciousness and covered his body in an instant, protecting his head, arms, chest, and legs. It's too boring to go through the heavenly tribulation alone. I'm here to invite all of you to go through the heavenly tribulation together and enjoy this heavenly punishment feast, he said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of lightning bolts instantly fell from the sky, completely covering the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet around the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. It instantly turned the place into a sea of tribulation lightning. Ah! Screams rang out immediately. It was mournful and terrifying, and it made one's scalp go numb. This was the tribulation lightning of the great Tao, and it existed for the sake of destruction. At this moment, the dense lightning bolts fell, and in an instant, Dozens of great, extinguishing divine dynasty's assassins were shattered into pieces, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Dawn! The sky was pitch black, and even more blood-red lightning bolts fell. In the blink of an eye, the valley was completely submerged. Then, in just an instant, there was nothing left in the stronghold of the great, extinguishing divine dynasty. The ground cracked, the void shattered, and the palace in the depths collapsed. It was completely destroyed by the blood-red lightning bolts that fell from the sky. At this moment, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was dazzling, and the destructive lightning bolts were vast and mighty. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. As the tribulation lightning fell, many assassins in the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty were instantly struck by the destructive lightning bolts. In an instant, they were turned into ashes, and their names were forever erased from this world. This was Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation. It was the most powerful reincarnation imperial physiques, nirvana, realm, heavenly tribulation in the history of cultivation. It was the purest heavenly tribulation that destroyed for the sake of destruction. It was a true disaster. Under such a heavenly tribulation, how could an ordinary cultivator withstand it? Even the most ordinary lightning bolts in this heavenly tribulation could easily destroy a half-step to nirvana realm powerhouse. Retreat. Quickly get out of this area. Here, among the 9 fourth heaven nirvana realm powerhouses, someone shouted. Immediately, the group of assassins rushed out of the valley at an extremely fast speed, wanting to leave this space. However, very soon, something that made them despair happened. As the heavenly tribulation descended, with Lin Tian as the center, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was completely sealed by a terrifying force. They could not escape at all, and they could not escape at all. This was the power of heaven and earth. Didn't the great extinguishing God court want to kill me? Now that I have purposely delivered myself to your doorstep, why are you running away? At the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian still had a faint smile on his face. This heavenly tribulation was caused by him. The destructive force that he had to endure was dozens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than other places. However, at this time he was not afraid. The battle armor that was made of Phoenix's bloodstone protected him within it. Its defensive power was shockingly strong, and the ordinary lightning bolts that landed on him were easily blocked by the battle armor. Boom! The sky was pitch black, and the blood-red lightning bolts were exploding. The destructive aura filled every inch of space within a radius of tens of thousands of feet. Within the great extinguishing God court, many assassins screamed as they fled. Ah! No! How can this be? Why is there? Ah! Within the canyon, miserable cries rang out incessantly. Heart-wrenching cries rose and fell one after another. In the face of the dense blood-red lightning, the myriad extinguishing God Dynasty's assassins were crushed into pieces one after another. Anyone below the Nirvana realm who was struck by the tribulation lightning would die immediately. They were simply unable to block it. Damn it! An expert at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm roared as he was struck by a lightning bolt. Half of his body was turned into minced meat on the spot. At the same time, the other experts at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm roared furiously. Many of them were injured. Ah! The screams were shrill as the blood-red lightning bolts fell. Streaks of blood mist exploded continuously. In just a dozen breaths, more than half of the hundreds of assassins in the great extinguishing God Court's stronghold were dead. At this time, only the old man in gray who was at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana realm could barely withstand it. He was not injured, but his face was extremely ugly. Little bastard! The old man stared at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth loudly. It was also at this moment that a shocking rumble rang out in the sky. A bolt of tribulation lightning that was even thicker than a bucket struck down, heading straight for Lin Tian. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated immediately. It was unable to endure such pressure at all. The first round of the Nirvana tribulation had arrived at this moment. The five-element crocodile couldn't help but tremble extremely far away. Even though it was extremely far away, it was still able to clearly sense how terrifying this tribulation lightning was. Even if an ordinary rebirth realm expert was struck by it, the expert would absolutely perish at the first possible moment, and it was utterly impossible for the expert to resist it. Lin Tian stood in the valley. Naturally, he could feel the terror of the lightning bolt, but he did not care at all. Chapter 1056. Seeing Lin Tian appear in front of him, the expression of the gray-robed elder immediately changed. His back instantly turned cold, and he hurriedly retreated on the spot. Because as Lin Tian approached, the first round of heavenly punishment from Heavenly Dome fall also enveloped this place. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Stepping on the yin and yang liang, he followed like a shadow. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating now? The gray-robed elder couldn't shake off Lin Tian for a moment. He was shocked and angry. You, boom! Thunder rolled, and the first lightning punishment fell. It was thicker than a water bucket, and it covered Lin Tian and the gray-robed elder within it. In an instant, the ground in this place directly exploded. Smoke, dust, and lightning intertwined, and gravel flew in all directions. With a bang, the gray-robed elder flew out horizontally. His entire body was stained with blood, even though he was at the peak of the seventh heaven of Nirvana realm. At this moment, half of his body was directly shattered. His internal organs were exposed, and he was extremely miserable. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Not bad. Your physical body wasn't completely shattered. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor, he walked out of the smoke, dust, and lightning that filled the sky. His entire body circulated with faint blood and faint golden light, and his defensive power was unparalleled. He'd completely blocked the first round of tribulation lightning, and he didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage. He stared at the gray-robed elder with a smile on his face. He walked on the ground, neither fast nor slow, and walked directly towards the other party. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing. In the surroundings, the dense blood-red lightning became even more violent. The gray-robed elder's expression changed again. He hurriedly repaired his physical body and retreated far away again. He also used a powerful divine ability to blast at Lin Tian, afraid that Lin Tian would come close. Because at this time this heavenly punishment was triggered by Lin Tian, and the target of destruction was Lin Tian. Wherever Lin Tian went, there would be the center of destruction. Once Lin Tian came close to him, it was equivalent to bringing the center of destruction and the source of destruction to his side. The lightning in the center of such destruction was too terrifying. Lin Tian smiled. He did not dodge the attack of the gray-robed old man. Just the ordinary tribulation lightning that fell from the sky and interweaved around his body was enough to shatter the attack. Moreover, at the same time, as he walked toward the gray-robed old man, the nearby assassins suffered a great calamity because of this. This was because the tribulation lightning that fell near the path he walked became tens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than before. It was shocking. How is this possible? How is that possible? In this all-extinguishing stronghold, the group of assassins were both shocked and terrified. Historically, it was a heavenly tribulation that would only descend when a cultivator stepped into the mortal ascension realm. Now, it had descended once more when a Wuzhen cultivator was breaking through to the rebirth realm, and the terrifying aura of annihilation caused even rebirth realm experts to be terrified. Dong! It was also at this moment that another enormous rumble resounded in the sky. The second round of heavenly punishment had finished brewing and was descending with a bang. Lin Tiantan looked up and stared at the gray-robed old man again. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Facing this gaze, the gray-robed old man's scalp suddenly went numb. You! Swoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. Lin Tiantan stepped on the yin and yang puppet, leaving behind afterimages with each step, and once again appeared in front of the gray-robed old man. Again, he said. Then, with a bang, the second round of heavenly punishment descended from the sky and directly drowned this place. It was even more terrifying than the first round of heavenly punishment. The ground within a radius of several hundred feet was completely shattered, and spatial turbulence poured out. The billowing smoke and blazing lightning blocked one's vision. When it dissipated slightly, only Lin Tiantan was still standing. The gray-robed old man's figure had disappeared without a trace. Only pieces of bloody mud floated in the air with drops of blood. Damn it! An angry roar came from the bloody mud. Pieces of bloody mud and drops of blood quickly gathered in the middle. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed old man's physical body condensed. His face was pale, and his aura was more than half of what it was before. Lin Tiantan narrowed his eyes. Not bad, continue. He was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor. At this time, the descending heavenly punishment light was completely unable to threaten him. With just one step, he appeared in front of the gray-robed old man again. Dense, blood-colored lightning moved with him, sweeping in all directions. The gray-robed old man had just reformed his physical body when Lin Tiantan forced him forward again. Suddenly, his face was as purple as a chisel. You, Dong! The heavens trembled violently. Along with the dense, blood-colored tribulation lightning, the third round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a vast palace of lightning, and it looked as if it was real. The aura of destruction intertwined around it was extremely dense, and it slowly descended. When the gray-robed old man saw this thunder palace falling, he immediately trembled violently. He felt that the void around him was frozen. Instantly, his face was filled with fear. He roared angrily and frantically retreated, trying to get away from Lin Tiantan. This thunder palace was coming for Lin Tiantan. As long as he left Lin Tiantan's side, he could avoid this round of heavenly punishment. Why are you running? Isn't it better to go through the tribulation together? Lin Tiantan smiled. He stepped on the yin and yang qi and flashed behind the gray-robed old man. He directly swung the Chaos Emperor fist and fiercely punched down. Presently, he was already at the rebirth realm. When he executed the Chaotic Emperor fist with his current cultivation, its might was countless times stronger than before. When his fist smashed down, it was like a falling meteor that could shatter everything in this world. Bang! The powerful fist, accompanied by dense lightning, steadily landed on the gray-robed old man's back. Puff! Blood splattered. The gray-robed old man was smashed into pieces by this fist, and blood stained the sky. Then, almost at the same time, the third round of heavenly punishment really fell, covering all directions. The gray-robed old man's body had just been smashed by Lin Tiantan. Before he could regenerate, he was pressed down by the third round of heavenly punishment. He was unable to dodge at all and was directly enveloped by Lin Tianyi. This kind of heavenly punishment was terrifying. In the middle of it, the gray-robed old man's body, which had been smashed by Lin Tiantan, turned into a bloody mist on the spot. More than half of his Nirvana realm divine soul was directly smashed. The remaining half of his divine soul fled dozens of feet away in a sorry state. His aura was at its weakest, like a weak flame in a gale that could be extinguished at any time. He roared. The remaining half of his divine soul shone brightly, trying to regenerate a body, but the speed was shockingly slow. Let me help you. Lin Tianyi's voice sounded. Wearing the battle armor made of Phoenix Bloodstone, he had withstood the third heavenly punishment. At this time, he directly took out the Great Path reincarnation diagram. Along with the dense blood-red lightning that fell, it pressed down on the gray-robed old man's remaining divine soul mightily. He smiled and said, "Help you free yourself." The gray-robed old man's divine soul trembled, and his voice was filled with fear. "You stop!" Boom! The great path reincarnation diagram pressed down with the dense lightning, interrupting the gray-robed old man's words and instantly enveloping him. Puff! With a sizzle, the remaining half of the gray-robed old man's divine soul was crushed on the spot. His body and soul were destroyed. Elder. In the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty, a group of assassins saw this scene and trembled on the spot. The most powerful person in their stronghold, a powerhouse at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm, actually died just like that. Far away, whooshing crocodile shrunk its neck. Damn, this is only the third round of heavenly punishment, and it already killed that old man at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm. This is really... As it spoke, it looked at the battle armor on Lin Tianyi from afar and could not help but reveal a shocked expression. This battle armor made of phoenix bloodstone is really terrifying. Even someone at the peak of the seventh sky of Nirvana realm could not withstand 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. But this battle armor completely helped Lin Tianyi to withstand it. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled again, and it was even more terrifying. Chapter 1057. Above the sky, blood-red lightning flashed, and dark clouds covered the world. The crackling sound of electric arcs could be heard, and it was so loud that many people felt like their eardrums were about to explode. Boom! Rolling thunder resounded in all directions, as if a sacred drum had been beaten. Lin Tian stood at the center of the heavenly tribulation, looking at the few peak-forth sky of Nirvana realm experts in the stronghold of the great extinguishing god dynasty. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he crossed the sky with blood-red lightning, appearing in front of one of them in an instant. "You speak." 3 Lin Tian condensed the divine energy-killing sword in his hand and slashed down with the power of the high heaven sword scripture. At the same time, the dense blood-red lightning fell together, drowning the fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert. Ah! The man screamed, and his body exploded on the spot. His divine soul almost collapsed, and he fled in a sorry state, far away from Lin Tian. At this time, the blood-red lightning outside Lin Tian's body was too terrifying. It was simply the source of destruction, and it was appalling. Lin Tian stared at the man, and the yin-yang ho flashed, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation map rushed out from behind him, and without giving the man any chance to reassemble his body, it suppressed him mercilessly. For a moment, the aura of a supreme god intertwined, and with a poof, the man's divine soul was crushed into pieces. He tilted his head, looked at the other fourth sky of Nirvana realm experts, and stepped forward again. He was the center of the heavenly tribulation's destruction. Wherever he went, the heavenly tribulation's lightning would be 10 times more terrifying. At this time he approached another fourth sky of Nirvana realm expert, and with a shake of his right hand, he slashed down with the high heaven sword force. With a clang, the high heaven sword force, together with the dense blood-red lightning around him, drowned the man. Presently, even though he was still undergoing the tribulation, he was indeed at the first level of the Nirvana realm. Under such a realm, merely his own combat strength was already not inferior to a fourth-level Nirvana realm expert. Now, with the terrifying lightning of the heavenly tribulation interweaving around his body, a fourth-level Nirvana realm expert was simply not enough to deal with him and was pitifully weak. Poof! This fourth-level Nirvana realm assassin shattered on the spot as his body transformed into ash. Only his soul was preserved, and he carried a terrified expression as he fled into the distance in a sorry state. Lin Tiantin smiled. He took a step forward and appeared in front of this person's spirit. The reincarnation diagram appeared and mercilessly pressed down. The man was terrified. "No, stop. Chi." The reincarnation diagram fell, crushing his spirit on the spot. With rumbling sounds, tribulation lightning descended one after another, shattering the void and smashing into the earth. Miserable cries continuously reverberated in the surroundings. In this kind of heavenly tribulation, even the ordinary lightning that fell was terrifying. Cultivators below the nirvana realm could not withstand it at all. In the face of this kind of heavenly tribulation, they were like ants. Even if they used all their means, it would be meaningless. Ah, no. Screams and shouts of fear intertwined. One after another, the assassins were smashed into pieces by the lightning, and the bright red blood mist exploded one after another. Damn it, you are so vicious. A fourth-level Nirvana realm expert gritted his teeth and dodged the blood-red lightning that filled the sky with difficulty. He stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian actually brought a Nirvana realm heavenly tribulation and barged into their place, bringing such a destructive disaster to them. Lin Tian looked at this person with a hateful expression and looked at the other assassins who were screaming in fear. He still had a smile on his face. Aren't you all from the great extinguishing God dynasty unafraid of death? Why are all of you screaming in fear now? Why are you so angry? He slowly walked towards the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana Realm Warrior. However, I have to say that your fear and anger are really pleasing. The fourth level Nirvana Realm expert's face instantly turned ashen. You, boom! The sky rumbled and rumbled. At this time, the sky cracked open, and the fourth round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a blazing lightning river, and as soon as it appeared, it made all things lose their sound. It pressed down mightily at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, a terrifying aura shrouded all directions. Not to mention cultivators. Even ordinary mortals could clearly feel the shocking, destructive power contained within. Puff! 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 At this moment, the fourth round of heavenly punishment had not really descended. It was just the aura that fell, and it caused a group of ordinary Wujin realm assassins to explode. Their souls and bodies were also shattered, and they disappeared from this world forever. Lin Tian stared at the fourth-level Nirvana realm expert, who spoke. The yin and yang Ho flashed and directly stepped to his side. At the same time, the fourth round of heavenly punishment truly descended. The fourth-level Nirvana realm assassin suddenly showed an extremely frightened expression. It was too late for him to dodge. Boom! The lightning river fell and annihilated everything. It directly destroyed the body and soul of the fourth-level Nirvana realm assassin. He could not survive such a main heavenly punishment and could not resist it. At the same time, a few other nearby assassins suffered because of this. They exploded one after another and disappeared together. Lin Tian was enveloped by the lightning river, and the destructive power he endured was the most terrifying. However, because of the protection of the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor, he still perfectly withstood the fourth round of heavenly punishment. The battle armor was undamaged, and so was his body. The defensive power of this battle armor is too terrifying. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, the stronghold of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty within the Grand Canyon was already scorched black by the blood-red lightning. Strands of blood floated on the ground. At this moment, there were only over 30 people left. Moreover, most of them were Nirvana stage experts. They were dodging and blocking the ordinary tribulation lightning that fell from the sky with great difficulty. Every single one of them was in an extremely sorry state as they continuously suffered injuries and bled, because at this time the ordinary lightning that fell from the sky was getting more and more terrifying. It was very difficult for ordinary Nirvana realm experts to resist. Lin Tian looked at these people, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stepped in front of a fourth-level Nirvana realm expert. Clang! He waved his right hand, and the Heaven Domination Sword Scripture surged. It carried an infinite amount of blood-red lightning as it slashed towards the person. At this time, The assassin was already having a hard time resisting the ordinary tribulation lightning. Now that Lin Tian, the center of destruction, was approaching, the tribulation lightning instantly became 10 times more violent and terrifying. In addition to the heaven domination soul slash, the assassin was shattered on the spot. He only had time to let out a desperate scream before he was destroyed by the destructive force. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the other assassins who were still alive. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he pressed forward one by one. As he moved, the tribulation lightning instantly became terrifying wherever he passed, as if it was going to destroy the world. "You, don't come over! Go away!" Panicked voices resounded. When the assassins who were still alive saw Lin Tian approaching, their expressions changed greatly. They were shocked, angry, and terrified. They dodged with extreme speed as if they were avoiding a demon. Because the lightning around Lin Tian was too terrifying. Wherever he went, it would become a true land of destruction. At this time, there was really no one who could endure it. However, Lin Tian was now at the Nirvana realm. How could ordinary people compare to his speed? In the blink of an eye, he approached the assassins one after another. The heaven domination sword light mercilessly scattered, and the terrifying blood-red lightning violently descended. Ah! Shrill screams filled with terror and despair. Pooh! 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 As he approached with extreme speed, the heaven domination sword light and terrifying lightning covered all directions, and the assassins collapsed and disappeared one after another. Boom! When he stepped to the side of another assassin at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm, the 5th round of thunder punishment fell. It was a huge lightning with a diameter of 10 feet. It directly enveloped him and the assassin at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm, and everything around them collapsed. With a PU sound, the assassin at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm was directly destroyed by this round of thunder punishment. As for Lin Tian, even though he was protected by the Phoenix Bloodstone battlesuit, he was still blasted dozens of feet deep into the ground with a bang. Cough! The lightning didn't break the Phoenix Bloodstone battlesuit, but a part of the power passed through the battlesuit, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The fluctuation of his chi and blood suddenly became much more chaotic. His eyes turned cold. He operated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and golden divine light came out of his body. With a boom, he rushed up from the ground and looked straight at the sky. There, a thunder vortex appeared horizontally. The 6th round of thunder punishment began to condense, and the sky rumbled. He squinted slightly. He could feel an even more terrifying power gathering in it, causing his back to feel slightly cold. At this time, even though he was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battlesuit, he still felt a sense of threat. However, in the next moment, he shifted his gaze from the sky to the surviving assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty, who were dodging pathetically in the canyon. With dense blood-red lightning, he directly went over and mercilessly pressed down on them. "You damn it! Don't come over!" Ah! Before the 6th round of thunder punishment fell, he moved quickly in the canyon. The yin and yang puppets and the great extinguishing god dynasty's divine concealment technique worked together to bring the destructive blood-red lightning to the assassins. At the same time, he performed his own sect-killing technique, causing the assassins who were still alive to explode one after another. They were all destroyed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 assassins left in the canyon. They were both at the peak of the 4th sky of Nirvana realm. The 2 of them were covered in blood. After dodging the lightning from the heavens punishment time and time again, they were already very weak. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian with fear, anger, hatred, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in their eyes and faces. Feels good, right? Looking at the 2 of them, Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile. It was just a simple word, but he said it with a smile. There was a strong sense of mockery in his calm voice, which made the two assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty even more furious. Their faces turned even paler. Swoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang puppets and the terrifying blood-red lightning. He instantly closed in on one of the assassins. He raised his right hand, and the chaotic emperor's fist and the dense lightning fell together, drowning the assassin. Puff! The emperor's fist was invincible, and the lightning was terrifying. It caused the assassin's physical body to explode on the spot, and his spiritual soul was also shattered. It was also at this moment that the 6th round of lightning punishment gathered in the sky. It was a huge blood-red millstone that was completely formed by the interweaving of lightning. It had a diameter of about 1,000 feet, which was at least 10 times more terrifying than the 5th round of lightning punishment. As soon as it appeared, it fell toward the canyon, enveloping Lin Tian and the last great extinguishing god dynasty assassin. No. Facing the blood-red millstone, the last assassin of the great extinguishing god dynasty was extremely terrified. He frantically fled into the distance, trying to avoid it. However, he had only run a few hundred feet away when his body crumbled inch by inch and turned into ashes. His spiritual soul also dissipated. Just the aura of the blood-red millstone alone was enough to destroy his body and soul. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile shrunk its neck and said, "Hundreds of powerful assassins were destroyed so quickly. This is really—" As it said that, it looked at the blood-red millstone and could not help but feel a chill in its heart. Even though it was very far away, it could still feel the terrifying, destructive power from it. It felt as if the legendary millstone had fallen. Crack! 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 The speed at which the blood-red millstone fell was not fast, but wherever it passed, nothing was left behind. The void was annihilated into chaos, and the earth began to collapse and sink because of its aura. The entire canyon was torn apart in an instant. Chapter 1058. The reincarnation diagram was vast and mighty. At this time, Lin Tian's Nirvana realm cultivation was fully activated. Immediately, endless divine power was released and expanded together with the blood-red millstone. It extended to a diameter of about 300 meters and directly collided with it. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, and the 4 symbols Tao diagram was also displayed. It met the attack together with the reincarnation diagram. Immediately, in the next moment, the reincarnation diagram and the 4 symbols Tao diagram collided with the blood-red millstone. Boom! Suddenly, the space in all directions collapsed and directly turned into a place of chaos. Chaotic light was struck out. With 2 sizzling sounds, the reincarnation diagram and the 4 symbols seal both collapsed. The blood-red millstone's power weakened a lot, but its downward momentum did not decrease at all. It directly covered Lin Tian and exploded. For a moment, the cracked canyon shook violently. The cracked ground and large rocks flew into the sky and shattered. This time, even though Lin Tian was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit, and even though the reincarnation diagram and the 4 symbols seal had weakened the destructive power of the blood-red millstone, he still suffered great injuries. After the blood-red millstone exploded, the terrifying force fell on the Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit. Although the battle suit did not collapse, part of the destructive power passed through the battle suit and acted on Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian to tremble violently. His sturdy body directly exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Gulialu! The Phoenix Bloodstone battle suit bloomed with bits of blood-red and golden light. Inside, Lin Tian's shattered flesh and blood surged, and in the blink of an eye, his real body was formed. At this time, standing in the center of the heavenly tribulation, the ground under his feet had been completely destroyed. There was a huge deep pit. Smoke and dust floated in it, and wisps of blood-red electric arcs sizzled. The surrounding land was ruined and scorched. He looked up at the dark sky. A huge black vortex appeared, and blood-red lightning intertwined. The whole world was shrouded in darkness. Again, he said coldly, as if it had heard Lin Tian's voice and felt that Lin Tian was provoking it. The heavens shook violently at this moment. A mountain range appeared within the pitch-black thundercloud vortex. Blood-red lightning interweaved as it slowly descended from the sky. For a time, a destructive and oppressive aura enveloped every corner of the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. This brat, why is he always provoking the heavens? Far outside the canyon, Whooshing Crocodile could not help but roll its eyes. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder was extremely ear-piercing. As the lightning mountain fell, the sky shattered and the earth caved in. Waves of chaotic light were blasted out of the void. At this moment, the entire world was trembling violently as though it was heading towards the end of the world. Gigantic cracks appeared everywhere, and there were even black holes that appeared one after another, devouring and destroying everything. Lin Tian was enveloped within. The reincarnation diagram, the great Tao laws, the four-symbol seal, the divination divine technique, and so on were all activated. In the blink of an eye, the divine arts collided with the Thunder Mountain and exploded. Boom! Destructive waves rolled, and blood-red lightning interweaved in all directions. After a dozen breaths of time, this destructive wave finally calmed down a little. Billowing smoke and dust floated, and electric arcs sizzled. In the center, the Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit bloomed with dim, blood-red and golden light. It was covered with dense cracks, as if it would shatter at any time, and a cloud of bloody mist and minced meat floated inside. The 7th round of heavenly lightning fell, and even the tough Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit could not withstand it. Dense cracks appeared on it, and Lin Tian's body was once again shattered through the Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit. Inside the Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit, flesh and blood tumbled, and blood and flames jumped out. Lin Tian used the sun's nirvana technique and reformed his body in the blink of an eye. The color on his face was much dimmer, and his spiritual energy was much lower. He had suffered heavy injuries from the 7th round of heavenly punishment. Far away, Whooshing Crocodile stared at the canyon and clearly sensed that Lin Tian's aura had weakened. He also saw the Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit covered in cracks. His expression became slightly serious. This 7th round of heavenly punishment is many times more terrifying than the previous 6 combined. The Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit is already beginning to shatter. Next, it's not good. Boom! Thunder roared, and in the sky, the 8th round of heavenly punishment appeared. It did not stop at all and directly pressed down. Lin Tian resisted with all his might. The reincarnation diagram and the great Tao laws interweaved, forming a reincarnation diagram of the great Tao. At the same time, other magical powers were also supported, and divine light covered all directions. With a rumble, the 8th round of heavenly punishment drowned out everything. The dense lightning covered everything, and everything lost its color. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. On Lin Tian's body, more cracks appeared on the Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit. Then it directly shattered, crushed into pieces by this round of heavenly punishment. Then Lin Tian's entire body was exposed to the destructive lightning. Although he resisted with all his might, it was difficult for him to resist. He immediately exploded, and blood splattered in all directions. Boom! The earth-shaking roars did not stop, and it was not until dozens of breaths later that it calmed down. Smoke and dust intertwined. During this time, Lin Tian's broken pieces of flesh floated in the air. It was a ghastly sight. The pieces of flesh intertwined with blood-red flames and quickly gathered together. It did not take long for a physical body to be formed again. However, his aura was weaker and his face was paler. He looked at his chest, and his expression slightly froze. The Phoenix's bloodstone battle suit had been completely destroyed. Boom! The world shook violently and the roars came again. In the sky, The thundercloud vortex became even darker at this moment and began to spin on its own. In the meantime, blood-red lightning fell as if it was raining blood-red lightning. Any one of them could be compared to the 7th round of heavenly punishment. Oh my God! Far away from the canyon, Whooshing Crocodile was horrified. Seeing this scene, his scalp went numb, and he retreated further away. In the canyon, Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. Such a blood-red, lightning rain made even his heart tremble. Most importantly, this was only the prelude of the 9th round of heavenly punishment. It was not the real 9th round of heavenly punishment. He roared, and the Heart Sutra of Sun madly operated. He stepped on the yin and yang loaf to dodge while resisting with all his strength. Boom! 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 The blood-red lightning fell in the canyon, and the already broken ground exploded again. The ground caved in inch by inch, and pitch-black, bottomless pits appeared. Even the mountains thousands of feet away collapsed one by one. Poof! Lin Tian was hit by a blood-red lightning and shattered on the spot. Blood stained the sky. He let out a low roar and operated the nirvana of the sun-blazing blood-red flames jumped, and in the blink of an eye his physical body was reformed. Buzz! The reincarnation diagram was propped up, and all kinds of heavenly divine elephants were summoned. The towering sword radiance even slashed across the land to meet the blood-red lightning. At this moment, these techniques were executed with his nirvana realm cultivation. Their might was extraordinary and peerlessly powerful. However, at this moment, these blood-red lightning bolts were too terrifying. They easily shattered these divine abilities and secret techniques that he had executed. Poof! Once again, over a dozen bolts of blood-red lightning engulfed Lin Tian, causing his body to collapse once more. He used the nirvana of the sun to reform his physical body, and he repeatedly dodged and resisted these extremely terrifying blood-red lightning. Then he was continuously shattered several times. His essence, chi, and spirit were weakened by more than half, and the divine power in his body was also consumed a lot. The blood-red flames buzzed and jumped. The nirvana of the sun was activated, and he once again reformed his physical body. His face was even paler. It was also at this time that the sky trembled as if it was about to explode. A huge, thunderous roar that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands was heard. This thunderous roar was incomparably oppressive. At the same time, the world became even more dark. True darkness descended on this land, and all the living creatures became fearful and uneasy. The sky seemed to be about to collapse. Boom! Thunder rolled, and the world shook. Above the firmament, a huge whirlpool spun slightly and split open. The 9th wheel of heavenly punishment appeared from within. Countless blood-red lightning bolts intertwined, forming a beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. There were mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, and it directly pressed down. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. As the beautiful landscape formed by blood-red lightning fell, the majestic pressure was like the starry sky falling. It caused the earth to crazily sink and collapse from far away. Lava was faintly visible in many places. The terrifying scene caused the Whooshing Crocodile, which was extremely far away from the canyon, to tremble violently. The thunderous roar was muffled and oppressed the earth. Under it, Lin Tianji felt his entire body turn cold. Even his spirit was trembling. Even so, his eyes were filled with tenacity. He waved his hands and used all his techniques to meet the sky. Come on! He roared at the sky. As if sensing his provocation, the beautiful mountains and rivers interwoven by blood-red lightning sped up. In the blink of an eye, they fell, crushing the divine powers and secret techniques one after another. With a boom, they drowned him. In an instant, the entire world was covered by the blood-red lightning. The destruction became the only thing in this world. Boom! The void shattered, the ground collapsed, and lava gushed out. Then it rose hundreds of feet high. Then, after an unknown amount of time, all the light of calamity in this world disappeared. The oppressive aura gradually disappeared, revealing a broken and scorched earth. The canyon had long been razed to the ground. There were huge pits everywhere, and scorched earth was everywhere. There were even streams of lava flowing, melting much of the soil. Whoosh! A soft sound was heard. A layer of soil broke open, and a drop of bright red blood was buried under it. It was very dazzling. Hum! In an instant, blood-red flames jumped out and spiritual energy rolled in from all directions, surrounding this drop of blood in the center. After a dozen breaths, Lin Tian's figure appeared, but his face was very pale and his aura was extremely weak. Far away, Wuxing Crocodile had been staring at this place. Seeing Lin Tian appear again, he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, directly below the thundercloud vortex, Lin Tian's face was pale. He gasped for breath and looked up at the sky. At the top of the sky, lightning surged and the thundercloud vortex rotated. Then, in the next moment, the surging lightning gradually dimmed, like a weak flame being blown out by a strong wind, dissipating one by one. Then, the huge thundercloud vortex also slowly dissipated. The whole world regained its light in the blink of an eye, and the destructive aura disappeared completely. It's over. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile could not help but say, "Hum." An expanse of 7-colored, auspicious clouds converged in the sky that had recovered its azure blue color. It sprinkled down an expanse of 7-colored divine radiance that enveloped Lin Tian and quickly nourished his damaged body. Chapter 1059. The 7-colored light after heaven's retribution could be said to be extraordinary. Lin Tian was enveloped by this light, and his essence, qi, and spirit recovered rapidly. His divine power also began to skyrocket in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, and his divine power was restored. At this time, the 7-colored light was still falling. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't waste it. He immediately channeled Sun Heart Sutra and quickly guided the 7-colored light into his body. He refined it seriously and injected it into every corner of his body. Buzz! Golden divine light and 7-colored divine light circulated on his body surface. After stabilizing, his essence, qi, and spirit began to rise again. It was very shocking. Just like this, it wasn't until dozens of breaths later that the 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky slowly disappeared. The 7-colored light was also gone, leaving only a 7-colored rainbow across the sky. However, it only lasted for a moment before it dissipated. Nirvana realm, intermediate stage. He whispered to himself. Since ancient times, misfortune and fortune were interdependent. After surviving this heaven's retribution, he naturally gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation directly reached the intermediate stage of Nirvana realm from the early stage of Nirvana realm. Under normal circumstances, it was equivalent to half a year of hard work. At the same time, he used his divine sense to look inside himself. He clearly felt that his divine sense, divine soul, and divine power had improved by leaps and bounds. His physical body had become extremely sturdy. In terms of pure physical strength, he was almost invincible under Half-Step Emperor. In terms of comprehensive combat power, he believed that he was now able to compete with a Nirvana realm 6th heaven powerhouse. It had to be said that this was very shocking. After all, he was now in the Nirvana realm, which was the 8th great realm in the path of cultivation. In this great realm, the difference in combat strength between each small step was like heaven and earth. But now he had just entered this great realm, and he was already able to fight with a powerhouse in the 6th heavenly layer. Not bad, he said softly. Wuxing Crocodile flew over at this time and sized up Lin Tian. Its eyes were full of brilliance. It naturally sensed Lin Tian's strength at this time. Immediately it asked again, "How is it, kid?" After entering the Nirvana realm, what new great path did you master? Show it to Grandpa Crocodile. When a cultivator attained the Grand Tao realm, they would grasp their first Grand Tao law. After that, when they attained the rebirth realm, they would be able to grasp even more Grand Taos, and there was no limit to the number of Grand Taos they could grasp. At this moment, Lin Tian had stepped into the rebirth realm, so it was naturally curious about what new Grand Tao Lin Tian had grasped. A new Great Tao. Lin Tian frowned. He clenched his fist slightly and tried to sense it seriously. Then he said, "It seems there isn't one." He used his divine will to look inside his body and found that the great Tao precepts in his body were still that nameless great Tao. No. Wuxing Crocodile was stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened. How is that possible? Since the ancient times, even the weakest rebirth realm cultivator would be able to grasp at least one new Grand Tao law when they just stepped into the rebirth realm. How could you possibly not have? Lin Tian's aptitude was absolutely shocking, but now Lin Tian had stepped into the rebirth realm, but he had not grasped a new Grand Tao law. This was really unbelievable. Lin Tian once again used his divine will to look inside his body. He even displayed the only nameless great Tao in his body. A faint Tao light converged outside his body. No. He said, in addition, during the process of advancing to the rebirth realm and transcending the tribulation, I didn't even notice a great Tao nearby approaching my body. Generally speaking, when a cultivator grasped a great Tao, he would first sense a great Tao approaching him from the outside world. Then he would slowly capture this great Tao with his body's origin to conform to the great Tao. However, he had never had such a feeling since he stepped into the rebirth realm and transcended the tribulation. How is this possible? Wuxing Crocodile stared at the nameless Tao law outside Lin Tian's body and was even more puzzled. Then, in the next moment, it suddenly remembered something in the past. It stared at Lin Tian strangely and said, "When you were in the fifth heaven, the Tao law in your body seemed to reject the innate Tao source, which is the purest crystallization of the great Tao. Now, could it be that the Tao in your body is rejecting other pure, great Taos? It's not allowed to enter your body?" Lin Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. "I don't know." Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a strange light, and it said, "It can't be wrong, it should be like this. Otherwise, with your aptitude, it's impossible that you couldn't even grasp a new Grand Tao when you stepped into the rebirth realm." With that said, it couldn't help but roll its eyes. "Your Tao is really troublesome. It feels like an arrogant emperor." Lin Tian, he glanced sideways at Wuxing Crocodile and looked around. At this time, the Grand Canyon where the stronghold of the great extinguishing divine dynasty was located had disappeared. The entire area with a radius of thousands of meters was razed to the ground. The ground was scorched, and no one knew how much it had sunk. There were bottomless pits everywhere. There were even rolling magma flowing in some places, exuding a threatening, scorching heat that made people's internal organs tremble a little. Even the magma underground has been struck out. Such destructive power is really... The 5 elements crocodile clicked his tongue in amazement. However, he soon stared at Lin Tian in a strange manner and said, "Speaking of which, it's a little strange. When you underwent the enlightenment heavenly tribulation last time, there were a total of 18 bolts of lightning. Why are there only 9 after reaching the nirvana realm? Although 9 rounds of thunder punishment is normal, why does Lord Crocodile feel that it's very abnormal when it falls on you? Logically speaking, there were 18 rounds of thunder punishment when you reached the enlightenment heavenly tribulation, so there should be 36 rounds of nirvana tribulation." When Lin Tian heard this, he almost couldn't help but beat it directly. He said with a dark face, "Do you want me to be struck to death, or what?" This nirvana tribulation, with only 9 rounds of thunder punishment, almost killed him when he was wearing the Phoenix Bloodstone battle armor. If there were really 36 rounds of thunder punishment, how could he cross it? Even a Chaos Emperor would probably be struck to death alive. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Lord Crocodile is a rational analysis, not mixed with any personal feelings. Then it said, "Well, this may be the kindness of the heavens in the unseen world, giving you a transition period of heavenly tribulation. When you reach the chaos realm, it will erupt together. Maybe there will be 81 rounds of ultimate heavenly tribulation directly." Lin Tian's face instantly darkened even more. He really wanted to send this guy flying with a slap. He took a deep breath and couldn't be bothered with this guy. He glanced at this place one last time, rose into the air and stepped into the distance. "Let's go," he said. Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes, flapped its wings and followed. "Where are we going next?" it asked. Lin Tian glanced at it indifferently. "What do you think?" Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Whooshing crocodile's eyes flashed with a demonic light. It laughed and said, "Another stronghold of the great annihilation. Let's go," it said. "According to the information we receive, the strongest person in that stronghold is only at the peak of the fourth sky of Nirvana realm. There are 8 people. With your current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to destroy that stronghold." Then the man and the crocodile were not in a hurry. They followed a predetermined direction and walked slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 6 hours passed. They crossed more than 10 mountains and appeared in the sky above a spacious road. They continued to walk toward another stronghold of the great annihilation godly dynasty in this heavenly region. "Beautiful lady, we're just going to admire the moon together. Why are you so cruel?" There were many cultivators coming and going on the road. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard, causing Lin Tian to stop in his tracks. He turned his head and looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a young man in black following behind a beautiful lady in her early 20s. His eyes were bright, and he rubbed his hands from time to time. "It's him." Lin Tian was immediately moved, and a light flashed in his eyes. Whooshing crocodile followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked over. "Young man, an acquaintance. An old friend." Lin Tian smiled. On the road, the lady was very beautiful. Although she could not be said to be devastatingly beautiful, she was definitely far more beautiful than ordinary people. At this moment, the young man in black was following behind her, and she could not shake him off. She looked very angry. "Go away. Lady, we can meet in this vast sea of people, and I saw you at first glance. This is fate. This is fate predestined by the heavens. I can guarantee that as long as we admire the moon together for a night, sleep together on the same bed, no, spend a good night together, no, just, well, I mean, communicate a lot, you will definitely find that we are a match made in heaven." The young man in black said seriously. The lady was even angrier. "Lecher, stinky pervert." As she cursed, the lady's footsteps quickened. "Lady, it's true. We are fated. We might have been husband and wife in our previous lives. In this life, I met you again. This is fate. Well, admiring the moon is not good. We can talk casually. There's a cave over there. It's very secluded. Why don't we go there and talk about life?" The young man in black was not embarrassed at all and continued to follow her. High in the sky, next to Lin Tian, Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. "Young man, is this really your old friend?" It paused. "Your old friend is really shameless. My nature is still the same as before." Lin Tian smiled. Then he moved slightly and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. The young man in black followed behind the lady. His eyes were very bright. He rubbed his hands. "Lady, what I said was..." At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian's figure appeared next to the young man. He raised his leg and kicked the young man in the butt. With a bang, the young man in black was sent flying and crashed into an old tree not far away. This scene shocked the lady who was entangled by the young man in black. She could not help but stop in her tracks. Chapter 1060. When Lin Tian saw the black-clothed young man pouncing over with his arms wide open, looking like he wanted to hug him, he immediately felt a little disgusted. He couldn't help but raise his leg and kick the young man's cheek. With a bang, the young man was sent flying again, crashing into a large rock not far away. Brat Lin, you bastard! We just met a few years ago, and you already kicked me twice. The young man stood up not far away and cursed loudly. Lin Tian blushed with shame. That was a natural reaction. Who told you to suddenly open your arms? Don't blame me. This young man is none other than a very important friend he made in the third heaven, Ling Yin. At that time, he was a true disciple of the Ascension Tao Gate in the third heaven. At first, he entered the Ascension Tao Gate because of his relationship with Ling Yin. Then he became the sect master of the Ascension Tao Gate. About a few years ago, he returned to the Ascension Tao Gate after his experience in the fifth heaven. He heard that Ling Yin was taken away by a mysterious person to cultivate, but he didn't see him after that. He didn't expect to meet him in the eighth heaven at this time. Ling Yin stared at Lin Tian and walked back from not far away. You are actually in cahoots. A voice sounded. The woman who was entangled by Ling Yin was wearing a blue dress. When Lin Tianyi kicked Ling Yin away, she couldn't help but stop. She thought that Lin Tian was a kind person who helped her out. She wanted to thank Lin Tiandao, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian actually knew Ling Yin, and their relationship seemed to be very good. She immediately turned around and left angrily. Hey girl, don't go. I am not in cahoots with this kid. I am a good person. Ling Yun shouted. Bah. The woman's speed became even faster, and she ran far away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Tian stared at Ling Yun with black lines on his forehead. What does she mean by, I am not in cahoots with this kid, I am a good person? Is she saying that I am a bad person? Speaking of which, that woman had said, you guys are actually in cahoots. It was obvious that she had treated him as a pervert like Ling Yin. No matter how he looked at it, he should have been the one to suffer. This bastard was actually in a hurry to clear his name, as if he had suffered a great loss by being treated as his partner. He grabbed the collar of Ling Yin, who was chasing after the girl. Enough! Pervertling, stop harassing the girl. How is this harassment? Ling Yin turned back and said, I'm pursuing true love. Lin Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. True love my ass. True love. The woman had already run far away. At this time, her shadow was nowhere to be seen. This made Ling Yun sigh in regret. He shook his head repeatedly. Then he looked at Lin Tian and asked, Boy, why did you come to the eighth heaven? Experience and cultivation. Lin Tian said casually before looking at Ling Yin. As for you, I heard that you were taken away by a mysterious person when I went back to the Ascension Dao sect. Is that mysterious person your master? And yes, Ling Yun nodded, then immediately cried, Damn it, you don't even know how this brother has survived these past few years. If it wasn't fighting with evil ghosts, then it was fighting with fierce monsters and other kind of things. Damn it. It's simply not a life for a human to live. It wasn't until some time ago that the old man said that I had barely reached the passing level of cultivation and released me to move freely for a period of time. These past few years Speaking of which, it's all F asterisk King Tears. Lin Tian. This pervert in the past few years, it seemed that he had been tempered by his mysterious master very miserably. He had probably suffered a lot. Ling Yin said again, Didn't this brother just come out? I was about to go back to the Ascension Dao sect to see if you had returned. Then, on the way, I met the girl from before, and then it was the scene you saw just now. As he said that, he looked in the direction that the woman ran away and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Tian squinted at him and said, Look at you. Ling Yin rolled his eyes, then his gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile next to Lin Tian, and asked Lin Tiandao, This is an old monster. Lin Tian said, briefly introducing whooshing crocodile to Ling Yin, and then introducing Ling Yin to whooshing crocodile. One person and one crocodile were the type of people who were familiar with each other, and because of Lin Tian, they quickly became familiar with each other. Speaking of which, Lord Ling wasn't purely following that girl. It was just because it was on the way. Ling Yin said, "It's just in front of us, the West Ming continent of the eighth heaven. It is said that there is a 7-colored light there from time to time, and there's a very amazing wave of Tao. Rumor has it that some amazing secret treasure is about to appear. Uncle Ling is going there to take a look. Maybe he can get a few great treasures on the way." When Lin Tian heard this, he was suddenly moved. 7-colored light? 7-colored light. These 4 words had a very big impact on him, because it was the same color as the sword spirit fragment of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. At this time, when he heard Ling Yin mention these 4 words, he was naturally moved. He paused, looked at Wuxing Crocodile, and said, "Change direction. Let's go to the West Ming continent mentioned by that pervert Ling Yin." Wuxing Crocodile has seen Lin Tian find the 7-colored sword spirit fragment twice. At this time, he could more or less guess that Lin Tian was moved by the words 7-colored light and wanted to change direction, so he nodded slightly. At this time, 2 people and 1 crocodile went straight to the West Ming continent at a very fast speed. "By the way, how much do you know about the West Ming continent? Tell me briefly." Halfway through, he asked Ling Yin, "Why are you asking this pervert? How can he know more than this master crocodile?" Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes and said, "The West Ming continent is located in the center of a vast ocean. It is a very large and strange land on the water. It is very famous in the eighth heaven. Many powerhouses have visited it in history, and there are many ancient ruins everywhere." After saying that, his expression became more serious. In addition, according to records, one of the 9 heavenly lords, Lord Tai, once opened a cave on the West Ming continent and cultivated there. Lin Tian's expression changed. Heavenly Lord Tai cultivated there before? Next to him, Ling Yin was also surprised, looking at Wuxing Crocodile in surprise. He didn't expect Wuxing Crocodile to know so much about the West Ming continent, because he just inquired about the location of the West Ming continent and the many ancient ruins there. Ordinary cultivators would know so much about it. However, Wuxing Crocodile even knew the secrets of Lord Tai Yin's cultivation in the West Ming continent. This time it really surprised him. If this news spread out, it will probably shock many people. After all, Lord Tai Yin is one of the 9 most powerful people in the history of cultivation in the 10 directions heaven. His means can be said to be peerless. Is this true? Lord Tai Yin, one of the 9 heavenly lords, really opened a cave on the West Ming continent and cultivated there? He couldn't help but ask. Chapter 1061. A genius will remember love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing the 5 elements crocodile's words, Lin Tian's eyes revealed a faint light. Since there was a 70% chance of it being true, then it was basically true. As such, the Western Nether Continent was even more extraordinary. After all, even an ancient celestial lord had opened up a cave abode for cultivation. Its uniqueness was self-evident. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Let's go. Let's find the Tai heavenly lord's cave abode and collect all the treasures inside. An ancient celestial lord's cave abode would definitely have many good things inside. At the same time, the value would definitely be shocking. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at Ling Yin. It's not that easy to find such a place. It's basically impossible to find it. Don't think so much. It's good if we can find it, but it doesn't matter if we can't find it. Let's hurry up and get there first. Lin Tiandao. Compared to the Tai heavenly lord's cave abode, he was more concerned about the colorful light that came from the West Ming continent from time to time. Immediately, the 2 of them and the crocodile sped up and headed towards the West Ming continent. In this way, more than 6 hours passed very quickly. At this time, the 2 of them and the crocodile appeared in front of a huge body of water. The waves were rolling and magnificent. The center of this body of water is the West Ming continent. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian looked at the body of water in the distance. The surface of the sea was rolling, and the waves were rolling. Standing in this place, there was still no sign of a large continent. Therefore, he knew that the West Ming continent should still be some distance away from this place. "Let's go," he said as he stepped towards the center of the body of water. Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile naturally did not hesitate and followed him towards the center of the body of water. The wind on the body of water was very strong and very humid. From time to time, there would be huge waves splashing. Many cultivators were flying above the sea. They were not slow and were also rushing towards the center of the body of water. At the same time, several huge ships could be seen not far away. There were many cultivators standing on the decks, and most of them were below the airborne realm. Among them, a large number of people should be running there for the 7-color light mentioned by that little pervert, while others are simply going to the West Ming continent for experience. After all, the West Ming continent itself is a natural holy land for experience. Although it's far inferior to the 5th heaven, it's very famous in this heaven. Every day, many cultivators go there to temper themselves. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at the surrounding cultivators. He didn't pay them any heed and continued to walk towards the center of the ocean. Just like that, another 4 hours passed very quickly. At this moment, an enormous expanse of land appeared ahead. When looked at from afar, its surroundings were interweaved with strands of dense mist, and it was like a boundless paradise on the ocean. "We're here," Wuxing Crocodile said. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and his speed increased a little. It didn't take long for them to get close to the West Ming continent. At close range, he could feel an extremely strong aura lingering around this continent. At the same time, he looked at the continent and saw mountains connected to each other, giant trees next to each other, and he could vaguely hear the roar of monster beasts coming from it, shaking the sky and stirring up a large hurricane on the West Ming continent from time to time. Very vast, very extraordinary, he muttered to himself. After reaching the Nirvana realm, his control of the dragon burial scripture was even better. With just a glance, he could see the strangeness of this continent. It was like a desolate land. "Okay, stop sighing, let's go in," Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, 2 people and a crocodile stepped forward, landed on the West Ming continent, and stepped into it. As soon as he stepped into it, Lin Tian immediately felt the vicissitudes of life. At the same time, the fluctuations of spirit qi and monster qi in the air were very strong. Roar! The roar of monster beasts came from the deep mountains and old forests of the West Ming continent, and the aura was very shocking. There are many Nirvana realm monster saints in the West Ming continent, and they have been cultivating in their primitive beast form. Their strength is very terrifying, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, looking at the West Ming continent. The light in his eyes intertwined, and he scanned the continent with his divine thought. Love, go, blittle, say, W. Chu He came mainly because of the 7-colored light that flashed in the West Ming continent that Ling Yun mentioned. He felt that it might be the sword's soul fragment of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. However, at this time when he landed on this continent, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness did not have any reaction. Therefore, he could only temporarily use his divine thought to explore and sense it, and then confirm whether it was the light emitted by the sword's soul fragment of the divine sword after finding it. By the way, the location of the 7-colored light that you mentioned, roughly where on this continent is it? He asked Ling Yun. I'm not sure where exactly it is, but I know that it's on the West Ming continent. Ling Yun shook his head. After that, he looked at Lin Tian with a slightly strange expression and said, Speaking of which, kid, that thing that emitted the rainbow-colored light might really be an extraordinary treasure. However, aren't you being a little too anxious? You didn't care so much about the appearance of a treasure in a certain place before. He had interacted with Lin Tian for a long time, so he understood Lin Tian very well. Lin Tian had always been relatively calm, and was not the kind of person whose eyes would light up when he heard about treasures. But now, after Lin Tian heard him mention this place, he immediately decided to come here. Now, after arriving at the continent, he immediately asked about this matter. It was as if the word care was carved on his face, which made him feel that it was a little strange. It's different this time. Lin Tian on Dao. He did not explain much, and secretly spread out his divine thought to explore the surroundings. Ling Yin looked at him suspiciously, but did not ask much. He also spread out his divine thought to explore. Master Ling wants to find the cave abode of the Taiyin, heavenly venerable, on this continent. A cave abode where a heavenly venerable cultivates in seclusion. Who knows, there might be a complete, primordial, chaos, heavenly treasure in there. If we find it, well, really, His eyes lit up. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him sideways. Little pervert, you're drooling. Ling Yin was shocked and quickly reached out to wipe it. He then realized that there was no such thing and rolled his eyes at Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian did not care about the two of them and released his divine thought to explore seriously. As his divine thought scanned the surroundings, he gradually walked towards the center of the continent. Ling Yin and Whooshing Crocodile naturally followed his footsteps. Roar! There were many demonic beasts on this continent, and their roars could be heard from time to time, shaking the mountains. The demonic aura was very strong. At the same time, as they walked into the center of the continent, the two of them gradually saw many other cultivators. Some were fighting with the demonic beasts, some were searching for the traces of enlightenment left behind by their predecessors, and some were even killing each other, as if they were fighting for something. Lin Tian did not care about this, and stepped onto the continent and spread out his divine thought. At the same time, the dragon burial scripture was also slowly circulating, measuring the size of the continent. Along with his divine thought, he walked into a big mountain not long after, and the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet suddenly jumped, causing him to look at a place more than 10 feet away. His footsteps shook slightly, and he stepped over and came to a big tree. "What did you find?" Ling Yun asked. "A piece of immortal Lingjing," Lin Tian said. He used the dragon pattern to break through the soil layer and grabbed a piece of immortal Lingjing the size of several faceplates. It was about 200 kilograms. It's equivalent to more than 2 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. Ling Yin was slightly moved. Lin Tian nodded, and his expression did not seem to be very concerned. Now, it was only a little more than 2 million caddies of spiritual crystals. To him, it was really nothing. It was useless. Immortal Lingjing. What a big piece. It's definitely more than 200 kilograms. This is comparable to more than 2 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. This person's luck is too good. He actually found such a huge piece of immortal Lingjing. There were many other cultivators nearby, and at this time they all saw the huge immortal Lingjing that Lin Tian dug out, and all of them were shocked, and some could not help but exclaim. Then, in just an instant, dozens of powerful cultivators nearby moved, slowly closing in on Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with greed, and it was obvious that they wanted to seize the immortal Lingjing in Lin Tian's hands. A piece of immortal Lingjing that weighed more than 200 kilograms was comparable to more than 2 million kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. This kind of value was enough to be considered a huge treasure for ordinary cultivators or even for ordinary large forces. These dozens of people were on guard against the other cultivators who were approaching Lin Tian, and their pace slowly increased. Some of them even took out their precious weapons, which interweaved with strands of cold light. "Everyone back off." Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. 10 feet away, 7 young men walked over. All of them were dressed in extraordinary clothes and had powerful qi and blood. They were all at the Immortal Ascension realm, and they looked coldly at the dozens of people who were closing in on Lin Tian. Instantly, the dozens of cultivators who were closing in on Lin Tian stopped in their tracks and walked towards the 7 young men. Their expressions all changed. At the same time, the other cultivators nearby were also shocked. Those are the people of the Chu family. Many people's hearts trembled. Looking at the 7 young men walking towards them, many people hurriedly retreated, staring at the 7 young men with fear. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the 7 young men. Wuxing Crocodile said, "The Chu family has a powerhouse at the 9th heaven of Nirvana layer. They are the most powerful inheritance in the 8th heaven. No force in this heaven can compare to them." It continued, "In addition, in their bloodline, every few generations there will be a 5 elements king body, and in history there have been several 5 elements king body cultivators who have reached the great perfection stage. Therefore they are called the 5 elements family. Even in the 9th heaven, they have a certain prestige. So powerful." Ling Yin was slightly moved. Even Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Every few generations, there will be a 5 elements king body cultivator, and in history, there have been several 5 elements king body cultivators who have reached the great perfection stage. It sounds like a terrifying inheritance. Still not retreating? 7 young men walked over. One of them was dressed in blue clothes. His voice was very cold, and his expression was also very cold. He looked at the dozens of cultivators who were closing in on Lin Tian. The dozens of cultivators who were closing in on Lin Tian trembled fiercely, and their eyes were full of fear. "Retreat, retreat, retreat. We will retreat now. Retreat now." These dozens of people weren't weak. They originally wanted to snatch the immortal Lingjing that Lin Tian dug up, but at this time, facing the descendant of the most powerful 5 elements family in this heaven, they didn't dare to act rashly. They immediately retreated more than 1,000 meters away. The expressions of the 7 young men were indifferent. They didn't care about the dozens of cultivators who retreated. They walked straight towards Lin Tian. The young man in blue walked in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Immortal Lingjing handed over. Chapter 1062. Hearing the words of the young man in blue and seeing the actions of the young man in blue, Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. This person shouted at the dozens of cultivators who were closing in on him, then walked in front of him and indifferently asked him to hand over immortal Lingjing. It was as if an emperor was giving orders to his subjects, as if he felt that he should hand over immortal Lingjing. "Are you a retard?" He looked at the young man in blue and said, "If so, get lost. If not, get lost too." Nearby, the expressions of the cultivators changed. He actually talked to the people of the Chu family like this. Many people stared at Lin Tian with palpitations in their hearts. The Chu family is known as the 5 elements family. It is the most powerful inheritance in this heaven. No one knows how long it has existed. Every few generations, a 5 elements body will be born in the family. In the history of the family, several 5 elements bodies have reached the great accomplishment realm. They have a certain prestige in the 9th heaven, overlooking the 8th heaven, and no one dares to disobey them. But now, a young man who looked to be in his 20s didn't have the slightest respect in front of the descendant of this family. He actually told the other party to get lost. The face of the young man in blue sank at this time, and a cold expression appeared on his face. He took another step towards Lin Tian and stared at Lin Tian intently. "What did you say to me just now?" Bang! With a crisp sound, Lin Tian directly raised his leg and kicked the young man in blue's abdomen, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. "You don't understand human language. Do you understand now?" he said. With that said, he waved his right hand slightly and put immortal Lingjing into the stone ring. The young man in blue rolled hundreds of meters away, coughing blood in the distance. He clutched his stomach and screamed, then fainted directly. This caused the nearby cultivators to be greatly shocked, and all of them were astounded. He actually dares to attack the people of the Chu family like this. Where did the courage come from? Does he not want to live anymore? Many cultivators were horrified. At the same time, these people were also shocked by Lin Tian's strength. After all, the young man in blue was in the celestial reaching realm, but he was kicked away by Lin Tian in one move. Then he couldn't stand up for a long time and fainted directly. Such combat strength was really extraordinary. What they didn't know was that Lin Tian had already shown mercy with this kick. Otherwise, the blue-clothed youth would have died long ago. The other 6 youths from the Chu clan had completely turned cold. They had come to the western nether continent to gain experience. When they saw Lin Tian dig out a piece of immortal Lingjing that weighed more than 200 kilograms, they went up to ask for it. They believed that with their Chu clan's prestige, Lin Tian would absolutely not dare to refuse. Moreover, he would very politely offer it with both hands. However, what they did not expect was that not only did Lin Tian refuse to give it to them, he even directly attacked them without any hesitation. One of them stepped forward and stared coldly at Lin Tian. "It seems that you think this world is too boring and want to die." Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and landed a kick on this person's abdomen, just like how he kicked the blue-clothed youth. At the same time, he interrupted his next sentence and kicked him dozens of feet away. He smashed dozens of trees in a row before stopping, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. For a moment, the crowd was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. Staring at Lin Tian, the nearby cultivators were really shocked. They couldn't understand how Lin Tian dared to be so bold. He actually kicked 2 of the Chu clan's disciples one after the other. This was simply too crazy. After all, they were from the Chu clan. A few lunatics. Just because their clan is a little stronger, they think the world should revolve around them. Ling Yun glanced at the 2 people who were kicked away by Lin Tian, then looked at the other 5 people from the Chu clan and said sarcastically, "Crazy." Wuxing Crocodile said. The man and crocodile's words caused the nearby cultivators to stare at them. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. "Those youths are from the Chu clan. They. Many people were shocked. In this heaven region, there were actually people who didn't put the Chu clan in their eyes. The faces of the other 5 youths from the Chu clan turned completely cold. The divine power outside their bodies surged, and killing intent intertwined. "You guys are very bold." One of them said coldly. This person was at the peak of the 6th level of the connecting immortal realm. He was wearing a purple robe. His powerful divine consciousness was vast and mighty, locking onto Lin Tian, Ling Yun, and Wuxing Crocodile. He took a step forward. At the same time, the other 4 youths from the Chu clan also moved. They were very fast and appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. 5 powerful divine powers surged. They were all cold and completely covered the 2 youths and the crocodile. "Cripple them all." The purple-robed youth, who stepped forward first, said coldly. He transformed into a dragon claw, intertwined with divine radiance, and clawed at Lin Tian's head. This attack was very powerful. Moreover, it was shockingly fast. One could only vaguely see a blurry claw shadow. Lin Tian stood where he was and looked at the purple-robed youth. He casually raised his right hand and grabbed the youth's wrist. The purple-clothed young man from the Chu clan was startled. He had used one of the Chu clan's most powerful divine abilities, the Spirit Sealing Hand. His attack speed was extremely fast and extremely difficult to block. But now, Lin Tian had actually blocked his attack. Lin Tian looked at the youth with a calm expression. He grabbed the youth's wrist and used a little force, directly crushing the youth's wrist bone. The youth from the Chu clan immediately cried out in pain. At the same time, as he made this move, a faint pressure spread out from his body, causing the other 4 youths of the Chu clan to tremble. Each one of them seemed to have been struck by lightning, and all of them fell to the ground with a series of thuds. This, the Spirit Sealing Hand of the Chu clan, was so easily. Also, what happened to the other 4 youths from the Chu clan? Why did they fall by themselves? All the cultivators around were shocked. The pressure released by Lin Tian only fell on the 4 youths from the Chu clan. These people couldn't feel it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard again. Lin Tian grabbed the wrist of the purple-robed youth from the Chu clan and used his right hand again. The force passed through the youth's arm to the rest of the youth's body, shattering many bones in other parts of the youth's body. Ah! The purple-robed youth screamed immediately. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead from the pain. He wanted to break free, but found that his struggle was useless. Lin Tian's big hand grabbed him, and the divine power in his body seemed to be frozen. Lin Tian looked at the youth. "Just now, you said you were going to cripple us?" His voice was very calm, without the slightest hint of power, but it caused the purple-robed youth, who was suffering from the pain of broken bones, to tremble violently. He felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. No. I didn't. The purple-robed youth endured the pain and said in a trembling voice. The coldness in his eyes disappeared, and at this moment fear appeared. He felt that the calm Lin Tian at this moment was so terrifying. Crack! Lin Tian used his right hand, and the sound of bones breaking was heard again from the purple-robed youth's body, causing him to scream again. "So you mean that I was deaf just now? That I misheard what you said?" he said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the purple-robed youth trembled again. He only felt that his internal organs had become cold. No. You are not deaf. You didn't mishear. The youth said in horror. Lin Tian looked at the youth. "I didn't mishear. So, you mean that you want to cripple all of us?" The purple-robed youth trembled. At this moment, he really didn't know how to answer. He was shocked and terrified, and even tears fell from his eyes in pain. He said no. Lin Tian said that he meant that he was deaf and misheard. He said that he didn't mishear. Lin Tian said that he meant that he wanted to cripple all of them. How could he answer this? He couldn't answer. No matter how he answered, he would offend Lin Tian to the core. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They only felt that Lin Tian was too difficult at this moment. Even the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Kid Lin, you really have a bad taste. That's how it should be played." Ling Yun chuckled. Lin Tian looked at the purple-robed youth, who was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. "Silence means consent. Of course, in fact, you did say those words." As he spoke, a Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared in his left hand. It was intertwined with a faint silver light, full of a sense of holiness. Seeing this Tao diagram of the 4 symbols, the purple-robed youth and the other 4 youths of the Chu clan who were pressed to the ground changed their expressions drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their fear became even stronger. The purple-robed youth couldn't stop trembling. You! Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He flicked his left hand, and the silver Tao diagram of the 4 symbols instantly flew out and disappeared into the youth's body. Ah! The purple-robed youth screamed, and the aura on his body quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. My cultivation! You crippled me! He stared at Lin Tian in shock and fear, and his face was full of despair. "You wanted to cripple us, so I crippled you. It's fair and reasonable." Lin Tian on Dao. With a shake of his hand, he threw the purple-robed youth, who crashed into an old tree not far away, causing him to scream again. "You cough!" Ah! The purple-robed youth was terrified and in despair. How could he bear to go from an immortal-reaching realm cultivator to an ordinary person? He coughed out a mouthful of blood on the spot and directly fainted. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at the other 4 youths of the Chu clan who were pressed to the ground by his nirvana aura. A ring of divine power spread out from the soles of his feet, and with a bang, 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 the 4 youths were all sent flying dozens of feet away. With his current cultivation at the rebirth realm, he could kill these people with a single thought. However, it was precisely because his cultivation had improved that his mental state had improved as well. So, he couldn't be bothered to kill these profligate disciples at the Immortal Ascension realm. "Let's go," he called out to the whooshing crocodile and Ling Yin, and as if nothing had happened, he walked into the distance. He had other important things to do in the West Nether Continent. The whooshing crocodile and Ling Yin naturally would not stay here and followed him. After that, until the two of them and the crocodile had gone far away, the nearby cultivators still had fearful expressions on their faces. That person, how dare he do this to a disciple of the Chu clan, crippling one of them? Where did he get the courage from? Doesn't he know how powerful the Chu clan is? The cultivators' hearts trembled. At the same time, not far away, the 4 youths of the Chu clan who had been sent flying by Lin Tian's last kick were bleeding from their mouths. At this moment, they stood up and stared in the direction that Lin Tian had left, their faces full of shock and fear. Chapter 1063. The young disciples of the Chu family were horrified. Seeing Lin Tian's Tao diagram of 4 symbols, they instantly recalled the scene from a few years ago. That year, they were lucky enough to see that scene. At the bank of the Ruoshui River, a middle-aged man also used the same silver diagram. It covered the sky and killed their first-rate king, physique cultivator. His blood burned the Ruoshui River red. Who is he? What is his relationship with that person? Why does he know that precious technique? Is he that person's descendant? Or disciple? We, the young disciples of the Chu family, trembled. Another person trembled. Go back immediately. Report this matter to the Patriarch and the Grand Supreme Elders. The others nodded. They helped the fainted clansmen up and quickly left this place, heading to the edge of the continent. At this place, the nearby cultivators all looked at each other when they saw the young disciples of the Chu family leave. Why were those young disciples of the Chu family suddenly so scared? Yeah, even if they were injured and crippled, they shouldn't be so scared, right? It's a little strange. Many cultivators were puzzled. But that young man just now is really powerful. Nonsense. He dared to attack the people of the Chu family. Moreover, he crippled a cultivator of the immortal realm in an instant. His cultivation base should be at least in the Great Path realm. How can he not be powerful? To treat the disciples of the Chu family like this, he can be considered a madman. Many cultivators were discussing. At the same time, the dozens of cultivators who tried to force Lin Tian to snatch the immortal Lingjing from Lin Tian couldn't help but swallow their saliva with a trace of fear in their eyes. None of them thought that they could cripple a powerhouse of the immortal realm with a raise of his hand. It was enough to show how powerful Lin Tian was. Just now, they wanted to snatch the immortal Lingjing from such a person. They were simply courting death. At this time, the dozens of them suddenly felt grateful to the young disciples of the Chu family. If it weren't for those young disciples who shouted at them to retreat, they would probably be lying on the ground now. Lin Tian and the others had already traveled a long distance away from their previous location. At this time, they stepped out of the mountain. Light intertwined between Lin Tian's eyebrows, flashing with divine splendor. His powerful divine sense surged and covered the entire area, sensing the location of the 7-colored light that appeared in the West Ming continent. Tai, in immortal abode. Come out quickly and come into Uncle Ling's pocket. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Ever since whooshing crocodile mentioned the existence of the Taiyin celestial lord's cultivation abode on this continent, he had been thinking about this celestial lord's cultivation treasure trove. Little pervert, can't you grow up a little? Whooshing crocodile glanced at Ling Yin. Ling Yin rolled his eyes at whooshing crocodile and said, "That's the abode of the celestial venerate. Who knows, there might be a heavenly treasure in there." 2 people and 1 crocodile walked into the continent. Their pace was neither fast nor slow. Not long after, they were already very far away. Where is that 7-colored divine radiance that flashed before? I don't know. It always flashed from time to time with amazing spiritual energy and Tao radiance. Why is it gone now? Strange. Anyway, it's on this continent. We have to find it, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. It's definitely a peerless treasure. This continent is huge. Even a Nirvana realm cultivator would have to spend a few months searching the entire continent. There were many powerful cultivators nearby, and some of them were discussing in low voices. These people's voices weren't loud, but Lin Tian and the others' cultivation wasn't bad. Naturally, they could hear these voices. It's indeed a little strange. Ling Yin said, I heard that the 7-colored light would flash several times a day. The spiritual energy was amazing and the Tao was rich. But now it seems like it has evaporated. Boom! Suddenly, a roar came from dozens of miles away, directly interrupting Ling Yin's words. Looking over, a black demonic light rushed up from the mountains. It seemed a little chaotic, and it directly shattered the sky. The domineering aura caused many of the demon beasts in the west nether continent to tremble. At the same time, this black demonic light was faintly mixed with a trace of amazing spiritual energy and 7-colored light. That is, this aura, so scary. I saw it. In that black light, there was the 7-colored light that flashed previously. Yes, I saw it too. Indeed, the nearby cultivators' expressions changed. At the same time, a bright light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Just now, when the black demonic light had shot up, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had clearly trembled. It was exactly the same as when the other sword soul fragments had appeared. Clearly, there was a sword soul fragment in the area where the black demonic light had shot up. At the same time, on the other hand, he was very familiar with this black demonic light. He wouldn't forget that aura. Nether demonic dragon. He clenched his fists. Back in the second heaven, the nether demon dragon had appeared in one of Senior Apothecary's seclusion rooms before he stepped into the chaos realm. It had almost killed him. Not long after that, the nether demon dragon reappeared in the sword tomb in the second heaven. It wanted to snatch a fragment of the sword soul from the sword tomb and abducted by Qiu, who had the extreme Yin body. It had almost devoured Bai Qiu. At that time, he had relied on the divine sword in his knowledge, to repel the nether demon dragon. Unexpectedly, he sensed the nether demon dragon's aura again. Let's go. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun, who were staring in the distance with a look of surprise. At this moment, because he sensed the aura of the sword soul fragment and the nether demonic dragon at the same time, and because of the fact that the nether demonic dragon wanted to seize the sword soul fragment in the sword tomb in the second heaven, he didn't hesitate. His speed increased rapidly, and like a bolt of golden lightning, he flashed thousands of meters away, causing the surrounding void to collapse a lot. Ling Yin couldn't help but be startled by his speed. It was really too fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Little pervert, follow me. The 5-colored wings behind whooshing crocodile flapped, and a 5-colored brilliance flashed. His speed was also extremely fast. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Obviously, the speed displayed by whooshing crocodile at this time also surprised him. But then he gritted his teeth again. Master Ling didn't suffer for nothing in the past few years. With that said, the divine light on his body intertwined, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a human-shaped immortal sword. In a flash, he also rushed into the distance, his speed not slower than whooshing crocodile. For a time, the two people and the crocodile rushed forward, causing the space to distort and creak. In this way, the distance of dozens of miles was quickly left behind. The two people and the crocodile stopped one after another and appeared in the sky above a group of mountains. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were in disorder. They were not lofty and majestic, and many places had already cracked open. Waves of demonic qi came out from underground, causing the air in this place to be very cold, as if it was a demonic domain of the underworld. However, at the same time, there were wisps of faint, seven-colored light within the demonic aura. The thing that interweaves the seven-colored brilliance is under the mountains. Ling Yin was moved, but he soon frowned again. But what's with that demonic qi? It feels like it's a little oppressive. It's very oppressive. Whooshing Crocodile also said, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The sound of breaking air rang out one after another, and a dense crowd of cultivators rushed here. Many of them were strong, and all of them stared at the bottom of the mountains. Their eyes were intertwined with light. Found it. That thing is under the mountains. What's with that demonic qi? Perhaps there are demonic veins intertwining below. Let's go down. Many cultivators' eyes were filled with divine light as they stepped towards the center of the mountains. This was because the seven-colored brilliance was overflowing from there. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was beside Ling Yin and Whooshing Crocodile, moved. With a swoosh, he appeared directly above the center of the mountains. "Who's there? Get out of the way. Don't block the way. Get lost." The cultivators who rushed there yelled at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he didn't care about these cultivators at all. At this moment, he raised his right hand and punched towards the center of the mountains with the Chaos Emperor Fist. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in all directions. As he swung his fist, a true dragon shadow that was dozens of feet long appeared. It was as if the supreme dragon emperor had descended to the mortal world. Its majestic divine might shook the sky as it swooped down toward the center of the mountains. The void shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the true dragon shadow that was dozens of feet long fell into the mountains. Monstrous divine power and violent hurricanes erupted, and the cultivators who rushed there were all swept away. Many of them coughed out blood and almost died on the spot. Boom! The roar was ear-piercing, and the mountains below collapsed on the spot. They were almost torn into pieces, and large rocks splattered in all directions. This! He! One punch! The cultivators who rushed there trembled violently. They were all horrified as they looked at Lin Tian in shock. The power of this punch was like a falling star. It actually shattered the entire mountain range with just one punch. Not far away, Ling Yun's eyes widened. This kid. He was very familiar with Lin Tian and knew Lin Tian very well. He knew that Lin Tianyi was monstrously powerful, but at this moment he was still shocked. After not seeing him for a few years, he didn't expect Lin Tian to be so powerful now. The power of that punch was really terrifying. Only Whooshing Crocodile wasn't surprised because he knew that Lin Tian had already entered the Nirvana realm. Moreover, at this time he had used the Chaos Emperor Fist, which was the Chaos Emperor Fist. It was natural for him to have such power. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from underground. The sound shook the sky, and it was so piercing that many cultivators' eardrums exploded. With a rumble, billowing demonic light rushed out from underground. The mountains collapsed again, and large rocks turned into ashes. Then a huge monster rushed out from underground. Its body was covered in intertwined black light, and its eyes were blood red. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, and it was like a primordial demon that rushed out from the netherworld. Its demonic power suppressed all directions. This is the Nether Demonic Dragon. Chapter 1064. Staring at the Nether Demonic Dragon that emerged from the ground, the Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. It was rare to see such a ferocious beast. This, beside him, Ling Yun's eyes widened. He too recognized the gigantic creature that emerged from the ground. At the same time, the expressions of the other cultivators around the mountains changed. This is the Nether Demonic Dragon. It's exactly the same as the ferocious beasts recorded in the ancient books. There's a Nether Demonic Dragon under the mountains. This The demonic chi that seeped out of the ground was not from the demonic veins, but from this demonic dragon. Many cultivators were shocked. The nether demonic dragon was a ferocious beast recorded in the ancient books. Even in ancient times, it was rare to see one as it represented destruction. Now, seeing a nether demonic dragon in this place shocked these cultivators. In the void, the nether demonic dragon's eyes were blood red. Its gigantic body was covered with bull-sized, pitch-black scales. Its wings were more than 10 feet long. Its neck was thick and long, and there were 2 horns on its head. Its teeth were as sharp as divine weapons, and it was surrounded by a demonic light. Roar! It roared again. The demonic light rolled like waves, creating a violent hurricane that swept in all directions. Instantly, the cultivators around the area were in trouble. They were swept away by the violent hurricane, and screams of agony could be heard. Moreover, at the same time, some of the weaker ones were directly blown apart by the hurricane and died in an instant. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Someone shouted as he vomited blood. The place was in chaos. Many cultivators retreated far away in the blink of an eye. The nether demonic dragon roared again. Its terrifying demonic aura swept across the land. It was horrifying. Its blood-red eyes were bloodthirsty and merciless. It scanned the surroundings and landed on Lin Tian. Then, its blood-red demonic eyes focused and roared again. "Human, it's you." Its voice was as deep as thunder. It recognized Lin Tian, and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes intensified. Lin Tian stood in the air and stared coldly at the nether demonic dragon. He was not bothered by the bloodthirsty look in the dragon's eyes. "As expected, it's you." He looked at the other. "In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be doing very well now." His current divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could clearly sense that the nether demon dragon's current condition was much worse than when it had just been born. When it had just been born, its demonic aura was comparable to that of a Nirvana stage powerhouse, but now it was only at the 6th heaven of the Nirvana stage, which was much weaker. The bloodlust in the demonic nether dragon's eyes intensified as it glared at Lin Tian. At that time, in the 2nd heaven, Lin Tian almost killed it with a powerful force that it didn't know where it came from. It was severely injured, causing its strength to fall directly to the 6th Nirvana layer, and it still hasn't recovered. "Human!" It stared at Lin Tian, the demonic light around its body fluctuating, as if a sea of demonic light was churning, causing the void to crackle. Such a scene caused the expressions of the nearby cultivators to change. They know each other. That person knows the legendary nether demon dragon. Many cultivators were shocked. Even Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. They knew Lin Tian very well, and they were very familiar with Lin Tian, but they didn't know when Lin Tian knew the nether demon dragon. Moreover, it seemed that the nether demon dragon was a mortal enemy. Boom! Demonic energy surged, and the nether demon dragon's demonic eyes were cold and bloodthirsty. It stared at Lin Tian and roared again. The black light around its body became even stronger, and it was like the eye of a destructive storm, blowing out waves of demonic wind in all directions. "Are you trying to show off to me?" Lin Tian's voice was cold. "I was able to defeat you back then, and I can do the same now." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet, and the golden divine light instantly tore through the black demonic light. He instantly appeared in front of the nether demon dragon, raised his right hand, and punched with his golden iron fist. With a bang, the punch landed firmly on the nether demon dragon's body, sending it flying hundreds of feet away. It crashed into a mountain nearby and shattered it into pieces. He sent the legendary nether demon dragon flying with one punch. The nearby cultivators who had retreated were shocked again. Lin Tian stared at the nether demon dragon that was sent flying, and then lowered his head to look at the underground of the mountain range. The light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. Soon he saw a fist-sized rainbow light source deep underground. It was shining with divine light, and it was the sword soul fragment. However, at this time, there were strands of pure demonic light around the sword soul fragment. They intertwined to form chains of demonic patterns that surrounded the fist-sized sword soul fragment. No wonder people said that the rainbow light would flash several times a day, but it's no longer manifesting now. The faint light in his eyes intertwined. At this time, he could tell that the demonic patterns underground were left behind by the nether demon dragon. It must have found the sword soul fragment here not long ago, and then engraved these demonic patterns around the sword soul fragment to seal its aura. It wanted to take it for itself. However, the sword soul fragment was very powerful. It was impossible for an ordinary person to control it without the divine sword itself. Although the nether demon dragon was powerful, it was difficult for it to do so. It must have suffered from the backlash of the sword soul fragment during the refining process, and part of the demonic patterns collapsed, causing its aura to leak out again. I found one in the second heaven, and now I found one in this heaven. The dog's nose is really sharp, he said coldly in his heart, and stepped down, wanting to take the sword soul fragment. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Hundreds of feet away, the nether demon dragon rushed back. Its demonic eyes became even colder and blood-red, and the demonic light around its body became even denser. It rushed back from afar, surrounded by black light, and roared with a thunderous voice, "Human, I'll crush you!" The demonic light around its body trembled and turned into a mass of demonic killing light. It rushed toward Lin Tian like a heavy rain of demonic light. For a moment, sizzling sounds could be heard. The demonic killing light was as black as ink. Wherever it passed, the void was melted in the blink of an eye, as if ice had encountered a raging fire. Lin Tian was about to step into the ground when he saw the killing light rushing toward him. He paused slightly because he could clearly feel the power of the killing light. It contained a destructive force. His body swayed slightly, and he dodged all of the demonic killing lights, avoiding all of them. Boom! Streaks of demonic killing light landed behind him, on the ground and on the mountains. In an instant, waves of destructive demonic tides swept up, causing the ground to crack and the mountains to shatter, leaving behind huge craters on the ground. Such a terrifying destructive power caused the nearby cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. All of them felt as if their internal organs had turned cold. Even a Wuxian powerhouse would be killed in one blow. Some people trembled. Even the 5 elemental crocodile and Lingyan were moved because this kind of devilish light was indeed too terrifying and its might was shocking. Is that brat okay? Can he block it? Lingyun frowned. Even though Lin Tianyi punched the nether demonic dragon and sent it flying, and even though Lin Tian dodged the nether demonic dragon's killing light, he couldn't help but worry. After all, the nether demonic dragon was a legendary monster. It was very scary. As he spoke, he was puzzled again. When did this brat face to face with such a ferocious demon? I've never heard him mention it before. Did it happen in recent years? Lord Crocodile isn't sure either. Wuxing Crocodile looked ahead, and the demonic light in its eyes intertwined. It squinted slightly. However, it seems that the nether demonic dragon has been seriously injured and hasn't recovered yet. Its combat strength is far from its peak. With Lin Tian's current strength, even if he can't kill it, he should be able to block it. It had reached the peak of Nirvana realm before. Although its cultivation level fell later, its eyesight was still there, and it could see the nether demonic dragon's condition. Boom! In front of them, the cold demonic power was vast and mighty. It was even more turbulent and terrifying. It completely covered the space within a radius of a few hundred feet. The nether demonic dragon roared, and the demonic light around its body appeared again. It swept toward Lin Tian. Moreover, its original body also rushed over. Its tyrannical demonic body was terrifying. It rushed over, shattering a large part of the sky. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He glanced at the rainbow sword soul fragment on the ground, and then looked at the nether demonic dragon. "I'll kill you first." His voice was cold. He stared at the nether demonic dragon. The golden divine light around his body surged. His feet shook, and he stepped out like a golden lightning bolt. Back in the second heaven, the nether demonic dragon almost killed him. After kidnapping Bai Qiu, it almost devoured her. He couldn't let it go. Moreover, at this time, if he didn't kill the nether demonic dragon, he wouldn't have the chance to take the rainbow sword soul fragment. Boom! His action was simple. He only swung his fist. When the fist pressed down, the sky shook. The terrifying force overturned everything. Chi! 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 The nether demonic dragon's killing light was shattered. His fist was so powerful that it split the sky. Roar! Roar! The dragons roar, and the wind shook. At the tip of his fist, a true dragon appeared. A celestial phoenix spread its wings and flew up. Unparalleled immortal power intertwined, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the blink of an eye, the nether demonic dragon's killing light was all shattered. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared again. The black wings on its back flapped, and 2 destructive storms containing the terrifying demonic light swept out toward the true dragon and celestial phoenix, summoned by Lin Tian. In just an instant, the 2 collided head-on. Boom! Suddenly, the demonic power and divine power exploded. The 2 didn't give way to each other. They collided with each other, creating destructive electric arcs. Crack! 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 The void collapsed. The place where the man and the dragon fought turned into a destructive zone in the blink of an eye. Bang! Lin Tian swung his iron fist and approached the nether demonic dragon. Once again, he punched the dragon's body, creating a deafening muffled sound. The nether demonic dragon's body trembled and was sent flying again. However, at the same time, the nether demonic dragon's wings shook violently. When it was sent flying, it fell on Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian to tremble violently and fly backward with a bang. Chapter 1065. The great void collapsed as a hurricane swept across. Lin Tian and the nether demonic dragon were sent flying at the same time, each stopping hundreds of feet away. Roar! The demonic light of the nether demonic dragon roared. The pitch-black demonic light became even more violent as its blood-red demonic eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty, killing intent. It stared at Lin Tian as it flapped its wings in the sky. Its demonic aura spread in all directions, and the aura it emitted instantly became several times more terrifying than before. It was appalling. In the distance, a group of cultivators was horrified. Facing such demonic aura, they felt a stinging pain on their skin even though they were far away. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to show off your aura? Boom! He stood in the sky, golden divine light surging around his body, and a powerful aura suddenly swept out. It was as if an active volcano that had been dormant for eternity had suddenly erupted, and it shook the entire sky to the point that it trembled, and the flowing clouds in the sky were instantly shattered. At this moment he stood in the sky. His body was completely disproportionate to the nether demonic dragon's demonic body. He looked very small, but the aura he emitted was extremely powerful. It was not weaker than the nether demonic dragon at all. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. For a moment, golden gales swept across all directions, causing a group of cultivators to tremble violently. Many of them were directly sent flying. Hee, this aura, this retreat. We have to retreat. Many cultivators were terrified. At this moment, the aura Lin Tian emitted was too powerful. These ordinary cultivators could not withstand the collision with the nether demonic dragon at all. At this moment, just facing this aura from afar made them feel as if their bodies were about to explode. Suddenly, The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The group of cultivators retreated again, and in the blink of an eye they had retreated far away again. Rumble! The golden divine light and black devilish light collided with each other here, and they interweaved into strands of dazzling arcs of lightning. The space in the surroundings exploded inch by inch, while spatial turbulence flowed out incessantly, and it was like the surging waves of a great river. The nether demonic dragon's demonic eyes were blood-red like two bloody suns. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. With a roar, it charged straight at Lin Tian. With a buzz, it flapped its wings, and demonic blades swept out. They were extremely domineering, completely covering all directions, and slashed at Lin Tian with a destructive force. Clang! Lin Tian took a step forward, and the sword light around his body clanged. Countless towering heavens soared, or as appeared, and turned into a rain of swords that pierced through the void and met the nether demonic dragon's demonic blades head-on. Chi! 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 The two collided with each other, both shattering. Neither was weaker than the other. Lin Tian stepped forward, his golden iron fist smashing down. Dong! The sky trembled as if a bolt of lightning had exploded. The nether demonic dragon growled and swung its claws. It was as if a galaxy was crashing down to meet Lin Tian's iron fist. Crush you! The nether demonic dragon said. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. You. Compared to the nether demonic dragon's claw, his fist was extremely small. However, the force contained within his fist was vast and turbulent. When it collided with the nether demonic dragon's claw, a muffled bang was heard as it shattered the void. His eyes were indifferent. He instantly felt the strength of the nether demonic dragon's demonic body. It was not inferior to his current strength. However, his expression did not change. His right fist collided with the nether demonic dragon's claws. The divine power in his body surged, and his fist trembled slightly. It had been a long time since he used the basic martial art technique, the meteorite shattering fist. This martial art technique focused on attacking the outside and injuring the inside. On the surface, the enemy seemed to be unscathed, but the force of the fist penetrated the enemy's body and went straight for the enemy's internal organs. At this moment, he adjusted his divine power to a special frequency, and the special force of the fist sank directly into the nether demonic dragon's body. Immediately, the nether demonic dragon's body shook, and blood flowed out of its mouth and nose. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared and waved its other dragon claw. At the same time, more demonic light rushed out of its body and turned into a wave of demonic light. It rose to a height of 1,000 feet and cast a large shadow on the ground. It pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. This wave of demonic light was terrifying, and its attack was ferocious. Coupled with the nether demonic dragon's claws, it covered all directions. Lin Tian shook his right hand, and the force of the fist exploded, sending the nether demonic dragon's huge demonic body dozens of feet away. He then quickly retreated and dodged the terrifying wave of demonic light. Die, human! At this moment, a roar sounded. While Lin Tian was dodging the wave of demonic light, the nether demonic dragon moved to the sky above Lin Tian's head. At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of dark flames fell instantly, burning the void and drowning Lin Tian. This type of flame was extremely domineering. The spatial turbulence that overflowed after the space collapsed was instantly evaporated. Kid! In the distance, Ling Yan's expression changed, and he could not help but shout. At the same time, the other cultivators who were further away trembled as they faced the dark flames spewed by the nether demonic dragon. They felt as if their bodies were about to melt, and they could not stop trembling. This seems to be the nether demonic flame. It's said to be so domineering that it can even incinerate divine power. It's over. Being engulfed by this type of flame, even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. That person the cultivators' hearts palpitated. In front of them, the dark, demonic flames surged in the void, burning like the Demon King's fire of the demonic realm. However, in the next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the dark, demonic flames. Then, the golden light became brighter and brighter, gradually pushing the dark, demonic flames away. There, in the center, Lin Tian stood calmly unscathed. The golden flames on the surface of his body intertwined, exuding a scorching heat. It was actually burning the nether demonic flame. For a moment, the cultivators trembled again, and their expressions changed again. Could it be? Pure yang flames. Someone trembled. The cultivators stared at Lin Tian and the golden flames around Lin Tian's body, and the shock in their eyes intensified. That's right. Golden flames, and they can burn the nether demonic flame. It's definitely pure yang flames. He can actually control pure yang flames. That's the legendary divine fire. The cultivators' hearts trembled. Pure yang flames were formed by the condensation of heaven and earth energy. It was said to be able to incinerate everything, be it the physical body, divine power, or even the divine soul. It could even burn the great Tao precepts. Most importantly, this divine fire could increase in power as the cultivator's strength increased. It was extremely powerful and mysterious, and it was one of the most domineering flames in heaven and earth. These cultivators never thought that Lin Tian could control such a divine fire. Even Ling Yin was shocked, and his eyes widened. This kid, when did he control such a flame? It's been a long time, Wuxing Crocodile said casually. The air in front of Lin Tian buzzed, and the golden pure yang flames burned the air around him. He raised his head and looked at the nether demonic dragon in the sky. His eyes were still indifferent. Boom! He stared at the nether demonic dragon, and the pure yang flames outside his body became even more violent. The flames soared to a height of more than 100 feet, forming a sun-flame divine halberd that pierced through the air toward the nether demonic dragon. The nether demonic dragon's eyes were blood red. It opened its mouth again and spat out nether demonic flames. This time, the nether demonic flames were even more powerful and domineering, and they collided with Lin Tian's pure yang flames. In the blink of an eye, the two flames collided. Whoosh! 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 The two flames collided, one golden and one black. It was like two torrents colliding, and many sparks flew in all directions. These sparks landed on the surrounding ground and burned a large area in an instant. It was even more terrifying than burning lava. Boom! The two flames collided in a stalemate, and the divine power and demonic might shook. After that, the golden pure yang flames were still stronger than the nether demonic flames. Even though the nether demonic dragon made the nether demonic flames even more domineering, it was still no match for a divine fire like the pure yang flames. It was once again burned and annihilated by the pure yang flames. Then, with a rumbling sound, the divine halberd formed by the pure yang flames surged up and pierced through the nether demonic dragon's abdomen, drawing out a large amount of demonic dragon's blood. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared angrily, and the demonic light was vast and mighty. It shattered the divine halberd formed by the pure yang flames and forced it out of its body. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Tian arrived with an even more turbulent pure yang flames. He waved his right hand, and the pure yang flames instantly turned into a golden sea of fire, drowning the nether demonic dragon in it. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared, and the wings on its back flapped wildly. It was filled with pain and anger, shattering the space around it, being drowned by the pure yang flames, even a demonic dragon as strong as it could not withstand it. In the blink of an eye, more than half of its body was burned away. It let out a furious roar, and the demonic aura it exuded became even more terrifying. It forcefully broke free from the pure yang flames and moved a few 100 feet away. Human! It stared at Lin Tian, and the bloodthirsty light in its huge demonic eyes became even more intense. It was filled with cruelty. The divine flames outside Lin Tian's body intertwined, but his expression was still cold. "I told you before. If I could beat you up back then, I can do it again now," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, leaving after images behind with each step. He used the divine flame sword formed by the pure yang flames and slashed at the demonic dragon's head. This sword was as fast as lightning. At the same time, he activated the Ling Tian sword manual, causing its power to increase by several times. The sword approached in an instant. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, and the nether demonic dragon was cut into pieces by this sword. This scene shocked the crowd of cultivators in the distance. The powerful nether demonic dragon was cut into pieces, just like that. This brat is too domineering. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Boom! In front of him, the demonic aura intertwined. The nether demonic dragon was not dead yet. Its broken demonic body surged wildly at this moment, and suddenly a monstrous and terrifying blood-red light burst out. It turned into waves of destructive power and drowned Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook the divine flame sword in his hand, and with a swing of the sword it turned into a water-like ripple and shattered all the blood-red light. Chapter 1066. Lin Tian's expression changed. The nether demonic dragon suddenly split into 9, each of them exuding a powerful aura that was not any weaker than before. At this moment, a huge pressure rose up in Lin Tian's heart, and he even felt a sense of threat. At the same time, the nearby cultivators' expressions changed. 9 turned into 9 heads. Many people's hearts trembled. Roar, 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 roar. 9 dragon roars sounded at the same time, directly shattering the void. The 9 nether demonic dragons that had split into 9 rushed forward together. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. He shook his right fist and once again swept out a sea of divine fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine fire surged, and the void seemed to be melting. However, this time, the pure golden yang flame was completely useless. The 9 nether demonic dragons rushed forward together. Demonic chi intertwined and overlapped with each other, evolving into a terrifying demonic wind that engulfed and annihilated the golden divine fire. Roar! The 9 nether demonic dragons roared together, and the demonic wind intertwined to open a path. They rushed directly to Lin Tian and stretched out their 9 dragon claws together. In just an instant, the sky and earth trembled violently as if they were about to collapse in the next moment. "Kid, be careful!" Ling Yin shouted from afar. The nether demonic dragon had split into 9 and attacked together. That scene alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Lin Tian stood in the sky and retracted the pure yang flame into his body. At this moment, he used the Chaos Emperor Fist to meet the 9 nether demonic dragons. His punches were extremely fast, shaking the air until thunderous booms rang out. They clashed with the 9 giant dragon claws one after another, striking out with blazing arcs of lightning, causing the world to continuously tremble and rumble. Roar! The 9 nether demonic dragons that had split into 9 roared again. Although their demonic bodies were huge, their attacking speed was not slow at all. They shifted positions in the sky, and the demonic light and sharp dragon claws attacked together fiercely, trapping Lin Tian in the middle. When facing such a terrifying joint attack of 9 dragons, even if Lin Tian had attained the rebirth realm now, it still seemed to be extremely strenuous and dangerous. After all, his current opponent was extraordinary, and it was the ferocious nether devil dragon recorded in the ancient books. Even so, his expression did not change, and he did not panic at all. Dragon tattoos flickered in his eyes, and at this moment he opened his delusion breaker divine eyes and looked at the 9-headed demonic dragon. He waved his right hand, and the primal Chaos Emperor's fist became even stronger. For a moment, the light of the Emperor's fist collided with the nine-headed demonic dragon. Destructive power scattered in all directions, causing the space to be annihilated inch by inch. He unleashed the unparalleled Emperor's fist to fight against the 9 dragons. He opened his divine eye of illusion breaker, but the situation did not change much. It was still strenuous, and he was still surrounded by danger. He was at a disadvantage in the confrontation, and he was forced into a sorry state by the 9-headed demonic dragon. They are all corporeal. His eyes narrowed slightly. The divine eye of delusion breaker could see through many things. At this moment, he opened his divine eye of delusion breaker and found that the 9 demonic dragons were all corporeal. Each of them had a combat strength that was not inferior to his, and their demonic aura was extremely strong. Boom! The demonic aura surged as the 9 nether demonic dragons attacked together. They suppressed the heavens and the earth, sealing off the surroundings, and their murderous aura was terrifying. With a bang, even though Lin Tian had unleashed the divine eye of illusion breaker and the primal chaos emperor's fist, he was still in trouble at this moment. He blocked the attacks of 8 of the demonic dragons, but another one closed in on him, and a dragon claw landed on his body. Cough! He coughed up blood, and he felt as if he had been hit by a star. His strong body was instantly filled with cracks, and his whole body was dyed red with blood. In the distance, a group of cultivators stared at the scene. Their eyes flickered, and their faces were full of shock. Those 9 demonic dragons, they seem to be corporeal. I can see that none of them are illusions. This kind of 9-headed demonic dragon together, who can stop them? These cultivators' hearts palpitated. At the same time, Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile looked at the fierce battle between Lin Tian and the 9-headed demonic dragon, and their expressions turned serious. One divided into 9, and all of them are corporeal. Moreover, none of them are weaker than when they were alone at the beginning. This should be the nether demonic dragon's innate divine power, Wuxing Crocodile guessed. The innate divine power was similar to the king's territory of the king physique. They were both very powerful, and others could not cultivate or control them. Boom! In front of them, the pitch-black demonic radiance covered the sky. The 9 nether demonic dragons attacked together, and their murderous aura was violent and terrifying. In an instant, the void cracked continuously, and even the surface of the ground began to crumble. The scene was a little terrifying. In the face of such a murderous attack, even someone as strong as Lin Tian had a hard time blocking it. He was constantly injured in the sky. However, his expression did not change from the beginning to the end. His divine eye of illusion breaker intertwined with strands of dragon light, mysterious and magical. How long can your 9 dragon bodies last? He waved his emperor's fist and said indifferently, no living creature could create a clone that was as powerful as its original body and live forever. No matter how powerful it was impossible to do so. This was because it defied common sense. At this time, he opened his divine eye of illusion breaker and clearly sensed that the 9 nether demonic dragons' murderous aura was not as fast as before. The demonic radiance was also a little weaker than before. Hearing his voice, the 9 nether demonic dragons froze for a moment, and their murderous eyes became even more bloodshot. Boom! The 9 nether demonic dragons charged together, and their demonic might combine to suppress Lin Tian, who was in the middle. Lin Tian snorted. He used the Yin Yang Liang, the Chaos Emperor's fist, and the divining divine technique together to contend with the 9 nether demonic dragons. Boom! 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 The golden divine radiance and the pitch-black demonic energy collided continuously. The void was shattered and restored and shattered again. The violent hurricane continued to sweep in all directions, and the ground sank a lot because of it. During this process, Lin Tian was severely injured several times. His physical body was shattered once, but his aura did not decrease, and his expression did not change at all. In the blink of an eye, this confrontation lasted for a full quarter of an hour. At this time, the light of the dragon patterns in Lin Tian's eyes became more intense, and he clearly sensed that the demonic might of the 9 nether demonic dragons began to decrease at a rapid rate. "It's about time," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet shook slightly, and he appeared in front of one of the nether demonic dragons in a single step, his golden iron fist mercilessly pressed down. Dong! A powerful and terrifying punch, accompanied by the shattering of the void, smashed the nether demonic dragon into pieces. Up in the sky. Roar! The other 8 nether demonic dragons roared, and their eyes were blood-red as they pounced. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he left after-images with each step. He faced the 8 nether demonic dragons head-on, and he raised both his hands at the same time. Roar! Roar! He performed the Chaos Emperor's fist with all his strength with both hands. A true dragon intertwined in his left hand, and a celestial phoenix condensed in his right hand. His divine might soared into the sky. For a moment, the true dragon roared, and the celestial phoenix let out a long cry. They rushed out together and covered all 8 nether demonic dragons. With a crack, the space within a radius of a few hundred feet suddenly collapsed, and the spatial turbulence was directly shattered. What a terrifying attack! Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and the last nether demonic dragon that rushed overexploded. Pieces of dragon flesh floated in the air, and it was a shocking sight. He actually shattered the 9 nether demonic dragons in a row. Is he still human? Far away, many cultivators were horrified. In the sky, demonic might surged wildly, and the void rumbled, shaking all directions. The pieces of flesh of the 9 nether demonic dragons wriggled quickly and merged into one in the blink of an eye, condensing into a single original dragon body of the nether demonic dragon, and it stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he did not change at all. "You can split into 9. His voice was very calm, but it made the nether demonic dragon's huge demonic body tremble slightly. "Human!" It stared at Lin Tian. Its demonic eyes were huge, and they were even colder and more terrifying. The ferocious light in its eyes burned like flames. The dragon's body was divided into 9. That was its innate ability. It was extremely powerful, but there was a limit to how long it could be maintained. Moreover, the interval between its use was also very long. This was because it consumed an enormous amount of blood and qi to sustain this innate ability. At this time, this special ability had just been shattered, and it could not be used again immediately. Lin Tian looked at the nether demonic dragon with a cold expression, and he walked forward step by step. "Then it's my turn to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed, and he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon and punched it. Boom! The powerful punch shattered the void, and the earth trembled. It landed directly on the nether demonic dragon's demonic body. His fist was small, but its power was terrifying. It shattered half of the nether demonic dragon's body. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. At the tip of his fist, a golden dragon condensed from the power of the Emperor's fist. It was dozens of feet long, and it coiled around the nether demonic dragon's body. Then it exploded. Poof! This attack directly caused the nether demonic dragon to explode. Crimson dragon blood floated in the air, and it was a ghastly sight. A few drops of dragon blood fell on the ground and melted a lot of the ground. The power contained within was extremely powerful. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the second heaven, he had used the nether demonic dragon's dragon blood to refine his flesh and blood. Just a small amount of dragon blood was enough to transform his flesh and blood. It was extremely shocking. He did not know how many times more powerful it was than ordinary body refining treasures of heaven and earth. It would even have a miraculous effect on ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. His eyes flickered, and after a moment's pause, he stepped forward. Divine light intertwined in his right hand and evolved into a majestic force. He forcefully absorbed the crimson dragon blood of the nether demonic dragon, floating in the air, and pulled it to his side. Then he quickly took out a jade container from the stone ring. He enchanted it with dragon patterns and placed the dragon blood he had absorbed into the container. Suddenly, the expressions of the cultivators in the distance changed, and they all widened their eyes. He's actually snatching the nether demonic dragon's dragon blood? Isn't this too fierce? Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Chapter 1067. The nether demonic dragon had been nurtured in the fallen immortal terrain for hundreds of thousands of years before it was born. Its blood was indeed extraordinary. It possessed shocking power that surpassed many treasures. At this moment, Lin Tian made his move. After destroying the nether demonic dragon's body, he directly seized its blood. He wanted to collect it as a rare treasure. Even though this thing couldn't help him strengthen his physical body, it was still useful for Jiyu and the Wuxing crocodile. Furthermore, he could bring it back to share with Shui, Yi, and Jiyu in the future. It could strengthen their physical bodies and increase their vitality. Moreover, this dragon blood could be used to refine medicine and weapons. It had many uses. A single drop was priceless. Wow! Golden light intertwined between his hands as he drew in more dragon blood. All of it was collected into the jade artifact that was reinforced with dragon patterns. This made the crowd of cultivators speechless. At the same time, it also made the nether demonic dragon extremely angry. Its demonic chi soared into the sky. Human! It let out a loud roar before it could reform its body. It was the underworld demonic dragon, and its strength was domineering. But now it was still alive, and Lin Tian had begun to take its blood just like that. To it, this was a huge insult, and it was even more uncomfortable than having its sturdy dragon body shattered. Boom! Its shattered flesh wriggled crazily, gathering towards a single point. At the same time, the blood that scattered into the void was sucked back, making the dragon blood that Lin Tian had already absorbed surge as well. He used his own source force to summon it, forcefully pulling it back. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a shake of his left hand, dense divine light runes intertwined and suppressed the outside of the jade artifact. This isolated the nether demonic dragon's power on the spot. The demonic dragon's blood in the jade artifact calmed down once again. The nether demonic dragon reformed its body at this time. When it realized that it couldn't summon back the dragon blood that Lin Tian had taken from the jade artifact, it couldn't help but roar again. Its demonic eyes became even more blood red, and a murderous aura and hostility intertwined on its body. With a rumble, the demonic aura gathered into pitch-black balls of demonic light around its body. There were several hundred of them, and each one was about 5 feet in diameter. Each one contained the power to destroy everything, and the moment they were formed, they charged towards Lin Tian. All of a sudden, the entire area began to tremble as the sphere of devilish light corroded everything in its path. Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest. The Bai clan's great immortal king arcana technique was instantly activated. With the support of his current powerful divine energy, a gigantic immortal king divine shadow that was more than 1,000 feet tall appeared. Then, with a clang, he activated the heavenly sword scripture. The divine shadow behind him waved his hand, and a huge divine sword appeared. It was dozens of feet long, and it slashed forward. Boom! As the sword slashed down, a gust of wind swept out in a radius of several thousand feet, shattering hundreds of pitch-black balls of demonic light. At the same time, A sharp sword might tore through the sky and chopped off one of the nether demonic dragon's wings. Crimson, demonic dragon blood sprayed out like waves, causing the cultivators in the distance to gasp. What a majestic divine shadow! What a domineering sword! Someone trembled. In the sky, Lin Tian had conjured the Bai clan's great immortal king, Divine Shadow. His body stood within the immortal king, Divine Shadow, and it was even larger than the nether demonic dragon's body. He used the great immortal king arcana technique and the heavenly sword scripture to chop off one of the nether demonic dragon's wings. Once again, he used his majestic divine energy to forcefully absorb the nether demonic dragon's dragon blood. Such an action caused the cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. They felt that Lin Tian was simply too powerful and ferocious. The nether demonic dragon wasn't dead yet, but he was forcefully absorbing its dragon blood again and again. Even Ling Yun and the whooshing crocodile in the distance couldn't help but stare. They were stunned by Lin Tian's actions. Human! Damn it! The nether demonic dragon roared angrily. It retracted its broken wings in the blink of an eye, and the murderous aura on its body became even more intense as it stared at Lin Tian. With a rumble, dense killing lights rushed out of its body. Demonic runes appeared, and the demonic Tao's precepts surged. Qi! 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 This killing light was obviously much stronger than the previous attacks. Everything in its path was completely corroded. Lin Tian used his majestic strength to forcefully absorb more dragon blood. After putting it into a jade container and applying a seal, he controlled the immortal King Divine Shadow that was hundreds of feet tall and headed straight for the nether demonic dragon. He faced the dense killing lights with indifference. At this moment, he could feel that these killing lights that were mixed with demonic runes and demonic Tao's precepts were not simple. Therefore, even though his expression was indifferent, he was very serious in his actions. The great immortal King Divine Shadow and the Ling Tian sword scripture worked together to slash. At the same time, he also used his own precepts. Strands of precepts flowed into the great immortal King Divine Shadow and slashed out densely packed sword lights. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the sword lights of precepts that he created collided with the nether demonic dragon's demonic killing lights, creating a destructive force that filled the sky. Terrifying arcs of electricity sizzled, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Not long after, Lin Tian sword lights that were combined with the precepts of precepts became stronger and shattered the demonic killing lights one by one. Clang! These sword lights clanged. Even though they had become much weaker after colliding with the demonic killing lights that the nether demonic dragon had created, their slashing momentum did not decrease at all. They charged straight ahead and enveloped the nether demonic dragon within them. Uft! 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 In an instant, dragon blood splattered everywhere. The nether demonic dragon's huge dragon body was filled with holes, almost turning it into a dragon's sieve. Lin Tian took a step forward, his expression indifferent. He waved his hand again and forcefully absorbed the dragon blood that was floating in the void. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared angrily. Its dragon body had yet to reform, but it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Waves of pitch-black demonic light intertwined from its broken flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the space within a radius of a few hundred feet. It was like a domain world, trapping Lin Tian within it. Tiny demonic dragons appeared one after another. They were as black as ink, completely formed by the condensation of demonic light and demonic precepts. They were densely packed, and all of them exuded a destructive aura. From the outside, a pitch-black demonic domain with a diameter of a few hundred feet enveloped the entire area, isolating everything. Many of the cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they all felt an extremely oppressive aura, and chills ran down their spines. Ling Yun and Whooshing Crocodile were also shocked. Ling Yun frowned. This thing seems to be suppressing even the great Tao in the surroundings. It doesn't look like an ordinary technique. It should be the same as the 9 dragons transformation. It's also the nether demonic dragon's innate ability. Whooshing Crocodile said. It stared ahead, its eyes intertwining with a demonic light. In front of them, the nether demonic dragon reformed its demon body. The pitch-black demonic light continued to envelop the area within a radius of a few hundred feet. It stared coldly at Lin Tian. The nether demonic domain. All living things and the great Tao of heaven and earth will be suppressed within this domain. It stared at Lin Tian, its entire body emitting a murderous aura. With a low roar, the tiny demonic dragons, formed by the condensation of demonic light and demonic precepts, all charged towards Lin Tian. Each of them was surrounded by pitch-black demonic qi. This kind of power was extremely terrifying. The great Tao of heaven and earth in the surroundings was suppressed, and even the air was unable to flow. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all, facing the pressure of the densely packed demonic dragons. His expression did not change at all. He slowly took a step forward. With just one step, he dodged all the tiny demonic dragons and appeared in front of another demonic dragon in this demonic region. The towering Heaven Sword Sutra combined with the nameless great Tao attacked together, slashing down with a brilliant and invincible sword. You, buffed! The powerful sword directly split the nether demonic dragon in half. Dragon blood splattered across the sky. At the same time as the nether demonic dragon's body disintegrated, the demonic domain that enveloped the area within a radius of a few hundred feet also dissipated. This, the nether demonic dragon's oppressive, pitch-black demonic domain. Why is it useless? Many cultivators were shocked. The nether demonic dragon let out a furious roar. Its disintegrated body reformed in the blink of an eye. Its blood-red demonic eyes kept flickering as it stared at Lin Tian. It was shocked and furious. How can this be? Its nether demonic domain could restrain all living things. It could even suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth. Once a living being was enveloped by its nether demonic domain, the living being's physical body, consciousness, and soul would be greatly weakened. They would not even be able to move their fingers. However, now that it had enveloped Lin Tian with its nether demonic domain, it was useless against Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not affected at all. This is impossible. It let out a furious roar and once again propped up the nether demonic domain. This time, it covered a radius of 1,000 feet and once again enveloped Lin Tian. It directly suppressed everything in the surroundings. Even the pulse of the earth almost stopped. The range was even wider. The power was even stronger. Lin Tian stood within the nether demonic domain and looked at the nether demonic dragon indifferently. Then, in the next moment, he moved. His feet swayed slightly, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon again and punched it. The nether demonic dragon's nether demonic domain was terrifying. It could indeed suppress all living things. However, it would not affect him at all because he had the most powerful reincarnation imperial body. This nether demonic domain, which was similar in nature to the imperial body and imperial domain, could not suppress him at all. It had no effect on him at all. Boom! At this moment, he appeared in front of the nether demonic dragon and directly activated the Chaos Emperor fist to the maximum, suppressing the void in all directions. With a puff, the nether demonic dragon was smashed into pieces again. Crimson, demonic dragon blood splattered all over the sky. That kind of devil domain is really useless against him. Many cultivators were shocked. In front of them, in the sky, the nether demonic dragon roared angrily. Its demonic dragon body reformed again, and the shock and anger in its eyes were even more intense. "You puny human! How dare you! How dare you!" it roared crazily. Then, with a boom, a blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long appeared behind it. It was exactly the same as the nether demonic dragon, intertwined with endless murderous aura and demonic law. It was as if an ancient evil spirit had been summoned. "I'll crush you!" Its eyes were crimson red. The blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long covered the sky and the sun. It carried with it a demonic aura that could destroy heaven and earth as it pressed down on Lin Tian. For a moment, the nearby great Tao trembled. Chapter 1068. The blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long was frighteningly ferocious. As it moved, it covered the sky, and its demonic aura seemed to want to devour everything. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators in the distance trembled. Many of them were shocked. The nether demonic dragon's blood dragon phantom was simply too terrifying. Boom! The blood dragon pressed down on Lin Tian, covering the entire area. Facing the huge blood dragon, Lin Tian's black hair danced wildly in front of his forehead, but his expression did not change. He was still indifferent and did not panic at all. Behind him, the reincarnation diagram rushed up, and the divine and sacred light immediately spread out. It grew with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became hundreds of feet long and faced the blood dragon. That diagram is so powerful. Seeing the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian held up in front of them, the cultivators were shocked by the vast aura. The reincarnation diagram was laid horizontally, and the huge blood dragon covered the sky with a monstrous aura. In the blink of an eye, they collided. For a time, the bloody and demonic light surged, and the divine aura was vast and mighty. This space was almost divided into two parts of heaven and earth. Two different auras dyed the sky into two different colors, and a violent hurricane swept out in all directions. Such a collision was many times more terrifying than the previous ones, and many cultivators were forced to retreat again and again. They're evenly matched. Someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian stood in the void with an indifferent gaze. He thought to himself that the nether demonic dragon was really powerful. Even though he had fallen to the Nirvana stage 6 because of the injuries caused by the divine sword, and his injuries had not healed, and the sword soul fragment that was sealed underground had consumed a lot of demonic energy and suffered some backlash, it still had such terrifying power. It had continuously injured him, who had reached the Nirvana stage several times. Now he summoned the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory, and the blood dragon summoned by his opponent could completely block it. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared, and the demonic light and murderous aura on its body became even more shocking. Dense demonic energy rippled out and surged into the blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long. In an instant, the power of the blood dragon increased by several times, and it suppressed the world. For a moment, the reincarnation diagram buzzed and shook violently because of the stronger blood dragon summoned by the nether demonic dragon. Humans die. The nether demon dragon roared. It circled in the sky, surrounded by demonic light. The wings on its back flapped, and another dense wave of killing light shot towards Lin Tiansha. Crack, crack, crack. Everywhere this killing light passed, pieces of space were cut apart and then shattered like porcelain. Lin Tianling harumphed. The great celestial king of the Bai clan unleashed his arcane arts once again. The celestial king's divine shadow appeared, and after circulating the Ling Tian sword scripture, it transformed into a huge sword in the blink of an eye. With a swing of the sword, it shattered the dense killing light released by the netherworld demon dragon. He stared at the nether demonic dragon with an indifferent gaze. He raised his left hand, and the divine shadow of the celestial king raised his huge left arm at the same time. The nomological laws of the great path of nameless gushed out and poured into the reincarnation diagram. In an instant, the reincarnation diagram changed abruptly. The patterns on it became more numerous, denser, and brighter. At the same time, the aura it exuded also became more powerful. The great Tao reincarnation diagram. Boom! The divine and holy aura skyrocketed once again. Once the reincarnation diagram of the great path of reincarnation appeared, the wind and clouds instantly changed, and the surroundings were suppressed. This was his most powerful technique at the moment. The combination of the monarch's domain and the great path of nomological laws evolved into the most powerful divine diagram. For a moment, the blood dragon released by the nether demonic dragon immediately trembled and was forced to retreat inch by the reincarnation diagram of the great path of reincarnation. The nether demonic dragon trembled and roared angrily, releasing more demonic laws and demonic light to strengthen the blood-colored dragon again. However, this was not of much use. As Lin Tianling's great path of nomological laws surged and merged with the reincarnation diagram of the great path of reincarnation, its power increased exponentially. As it collided, it gradually annihilated the surging demonic laws that the nether demonic dragon had injected into the blood-colored dragon, as if blazing flames were melting pieces of ice. This is... He shattered the demonic laws of that demonic dragon. Many cultivators were shocked. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared again. Its blood-red eyes were filled with shock and anger, and the demonic light and murderous aura around its body became even stronger. It urged the blood-colored dragon with all its might, causing it to expand again, and its murderous aura intertwined. However, it was still useless. It could not stop Lin Tianling's reincarnation diagram of the great path of reincarnation, and cracks began to appear. Impossible. It was furious. This was its most powerful source, divine technique. It was born for the sake of destruction, for the sake of slaughter. Yet now it was about to be shattered. Its eyes were blood-red, and it could not accept this. Lin Tianling stood opposite it, looking at the nether demonic dragon with a cold expression. In the next moment, he moved his mind and his divine power surged, causing the reincarnation diagram of the great path of reincarnation to become even more powerful and suppressive. With a crack, the gigantic blood dragon released by the nether demonic dragon finally could not withstand it and directly shattered into pieces. Whoa! The reincarnation diagram of the great path of reincarnation hummed and moved with his gaze, crushing the nether demonic dragon's body. The nether demonic dragon roared, and its dragon body reformed in the blink of an eye, roaring fiercely. Lin Tianling shook his right hand, activating the heavenly sword scripture with the great celestial king's arcane skill. The divine shadow behind him raised his hand and swung his sword, slashing down. Poof! The powerful slash directly cut the newly reformed nether demonic dragon in half, and its dragon blood dyed the sky red. It roared furiously, and its dragon body reformed in the blink of an eye, surrounded by murderous aura. Human! It stared at Lin Tianling, its demonic eyes bloodthirsty and ferocious. Lin Tianling's black hair danced in front of his forehead. He stared at his opponent indifferently. I've said it before. If I could defeat you back then, I can still do it now. The only difference is that you had the chance to escape back then, but this time you can only be buried here. This nether demonic dragon had almost killed him back then, and it had almost devoured Bai Qiu. There was no way he would let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The 1,000-foot-tall deity king's divine shadow moved with him and appeared in front of the demonic dragon in the blink of an eye. He did not make any unnecessary movements. He stared at the nether demonic dragon and used the heavenly sword scripture again with the heavenly sword scripture. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, almost cutting the sky in half, and the nether demonic dragon was crushed again. The demonic dragon's blood splattered across the sky. Ah! The nether demonic dragon roared like a human and quickly reformed its dragon body. Its aura was much weaker than before. It stared at Lin Tianling in shock and anger. It opened its mouth and spat out nether demonic flames, which covered the sky and engulfed Lin Tianling. Then it turned around and rushed toward the 7-colored light source deep in the ground. At the same time, it opened its mouth and forcefully sucked in the 7-colored light source underground. At this time, as long as it swallowed the 7-colored light source, its combat strength would temporarily skyrocket even if the backlash was terrifying. Then it would crush Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling snorted. His eye of delusion breaker was open, so naturally he saw through all of the nether demonic dragon's movements. He shook his right hand, and the deity king's divine shadow swung the heavenly sword scripture. The sword cut through the nether demonic flames that engulfed the nether demonic flames. Then, with an unpredictable angle, he lifted the sword diagonally, sticking close to the ground and cutting into the sky, aiming for the nether demonic dragon's head. Puff! The sword was fast and powerful. Coupled with the eye of delusion breaker, the nether demonic dragon had no way to dodge, and its head was directly cut off. Instantly, dragon blood splattered everywhere. The nether demonic dragon roared in anger. Its head rolled back and merged with its body, quickly recovering to its original state. However, in the next moment, Lin Tianling stepped forward with the deity king's divine shadow. He lifted his leg and kicked it directly on its jaw. With a bang, dragon blood splattered again. The nether demonic dragon was directly kicked into the sky. Lin Tianling looked at his opponent. He did not stop and showed no mercy. He stepped forward again, and the deity king's divine shadow swung his sword mercilessly. Puff! 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 He used the heavenly sword scripture with the heavenly sword scripture and cut the nether demonic dragon into pieces in the sky again and again. Blood splattered everywhere. Such a scene shocked the surrounding cultivators. The nether demonic dragon, a peerless, ferocious beast recorded in the ancient books, is actually no match for him. It's completely defeated. Everyone trembled. In the sky, the nether demonic dragon roared and glared at Lin Tianling. A murderous aura surrounded its body. Damn it! If I was in my peak state, how could you be my match? Its body was huge, and at this time it roared like a human. Unfortunately, there are no ifs now, only certainties. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold and indifferent. He raised his hand and slashed with his sword. You will die here for sure. With a clang, the dazzling sword light directly enveloped the nether demonic dragon and cut it into pieces again. The nether demonic dragon roared and reformed its body again. It looked at the 7-colored light source in the depths of the ground unwillingly. Then, its gaze fell behind Lin Tianling again. It was ferocious and bloodthirsty. Human, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. It roared wildly, then flapped its wings and quickly retreated. Just like in the second heaven, it chose to escape. At this time, its aura had weakened to the lowest point. If it continued to stay, it would definitely die. With a whoosh, it escaped at an extremely fast speed. It was like a black lightning bolt, and in an instant it was thousands of feet away. However, in the next moment, the heavens and the earth were suddenly interwoven with dense confinement runes. A few hundred chains of divine light appeared together and covered the area, directly cutting off its path. At the same time, they wrapped around it in the blink of an eye. This caused the nether demonic dragon's body to tremble, and it revealed a shocked expression. It did not expect so many formation runes to suddenly appear around it. I've said it before. This time, you have no chance to escape. Being buried here is your only ending. Lin Tianling said. These formation runes were all 6th-order confinement runes. They were secretly engraved during the battle with the nether demonic dragon. A single rune was not powerful, but he had engraved hundreds of them with his Nirvana realm cultivation base. When combined, their power was multiplied by dozens or even hundreds of times. It was not too difficult to temporarily trap the severely injured nether demonic dragon. He stared at his opponent and took a step forward. The reincarnation diagram was held up, and the Great Path's precepts were activated, directly merging into the Great Path reincarnation diagram. Suddenly, the powerful aura of a deity and a saint spread out, sweeping across the entire area. The nether demonic dragon trembled. You, Virum! Above Lin Tianling's head, the Great Path reincarnation diagram rumbled, and its divine power surged. It directly interrupted the nether demonic dragon's words and ruthlessly fell. With a rumble, the divine diagram's power was intimidating. It immediately shattered the nether demonic dragon's body, leaving only a pitch-black dragon soul that did not dissipate. It would not be able to reform its body in a short period of time. Damn it! The nether demonic dragon was furious, and its remaining dragon soul flew away again. Lin Tianling's expression did not change. He controlled the deity king's divine shadow and raised his right hand. It covered the sky and directly grabbed the nether demonic dragon's dragon soul in his hand. The turbulent precepts of the Great Path gathered and immediately suppressed it, immobilizing it. I've heard that placing a dragon soul into a precious weapon and saint artifact can greatly increase the power of the precious weapon and saint artifact. His voice was indifferent. As soon as he said that, the nether demonic dragon's dragon soul body trembled. At the same time, the other cultivator's expressions changed. He wants to use the nether demonic dragon's dragon soul to refine a weapon. Chapter 1069. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Lin Tian's words. Placing a dragon's soul into a precious weapon and sacred artifact could greatly increase its power. This was clearly using the nether demonic dragon's soul to refine a weapon. Many cultivators were shocked. Even Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile could not help but stare. The nether demonic dragon was an extremely ferocious creature recorded in ancient books. Using the soul of such a ferocious creature to refine a weapon was too extravagant, wasn't it? It was truly shocking. The nether demonic dragon's soul was being suppressed by Lin Tian. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, it was even more furious. Human, you're asking for death. It was a dignified nether demon dragon, a powerful and extraordinary dragon. But now, a human actually wanted to use its dragon soul to refine a weapon. This was the biggest insult to it, and it was also a form of torture. Lin Tian snorted. With a shake of his right hand, the dragon inscriptions intertwined and sank into the nether demonic dragon, causing it to tremble and groan in pain. I'm asking for death? You don't seem to understand the situation you're in. Now, you're the one who's going to die, he said. The nether demonic dragon's soul trembled. Only then did it remember that its dragon body was already shattered, and its soul was being suppressed by Lin Tian. This was a hopeless situation. It stared at Lin Tian in shock, anger, and unwillingness. Lin Tian supported the great immortal king's divine shadow. At this time, a mini Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared in the divine shadow's palm with a single thought. The Tao diagram of the four symbols shone brightly and enveloped the nether demon dragon's soul, directly interrupting its next words. Goodbye, he said coldly. With a hum, the Tao diagram of the four symbols shone even brighter, causing the nether demonic dragon's soul to tremble violently again. Stop! Ugh! The nether demonic dragon roared, but in the next moment it screamed in agony and then lost its voice. Its soul still existed, but its consciousness had been crushed by Lin Tian. It's dead. He gave the great calamity recorded in the ancient books to the crowd of cultivators shuddered again. Even though they could see that the nether demonic dragon had lost and that there was no way it could turn the tables, seeing Lin Tianling shatter its consciousness and erase its existence, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. That was the legendary great evil, the nether demonic dragon. Ling Yin opened his eyes wide, and then he couldn't help but grit his teeth. After not seeing him for a few years, I never imagined that this kid would actually be strong to such an extent. He has attained the rebirth realm, and his combat strength is still so terrifying. He's really getting more and more freakish. He had already found out about Lin Tian's current cultivation from Wuxing Crocodile. Now that he had seen Lin Tian destroy the great calamity Nether Demon Dragon, he was truly shocked. This level of strength was truly frightening. In front of him, Lin Tian supported the great deity king's divine shadow and grabbed the nether demonic dragon's soul, whose consciousness had been erased. Then the dragon patterns in the divine shadow's large hand surged, compressing the nether demonic dragon's soul to an inch long. After sealing it with the dragon patterns again, he put it away in the stone ring. He was prepared to use this dragon soul to refine weapons later and upgrade the saint rank deity slaying bow. After some serious refinement, it would be able to reach the level of a high-grade sacred weapon. He lowered his head, and the great deity king's divine shadow dissipated. He looked at the bottom of the Shatter Mountain and the sword soul fragment there. He opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker and saw through the ground. He used his great force to shatter the demonic patterns that the nether demonic dragon had placed on the sword soul fragment. With a wave of his hand, he directly grabbed the sword soul fragment from the ground and put it into his body. Immediately, the sword soul fragment followed his body and arrived in his consciousness in the blink of an eye, appearing beside the divine sword. With a buzz, the sword soul fragment sank into the divine sword. The divine sword trembled and emitted strands of 7-colored light. Immediately, his body trembled slightly. "Leave this place. I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion." He transmitted his voice to Ling Yun and the Wuxing Crocodile. The sword soul fragment entered his body and began to merge with the divine sword. A great force overflowed. At this time, he had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and refine the power overflowing from the divine sword. Lord Crocodile knows a very secluded place. Let's go. The Wuxing Crocodile transmitted his voice and looked at Ling Yun. "Little pervert, follow me." It had seen Lin Tian find the sword soul fragment twice. At this time, it more or less knew about Lin Tian's current situation. After it finished speaking, it flapped its wings and flew towards the southeast direction of this place, leading the way. Lin Tian stepped forward and followed it. Naturally, Ling Yun didn't hesitate. His speed wasn't slow either. For a moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. The two of them and the crocodile were like 3 bolts of lightning, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the whole place was dead silent, leaving only a group of cultivators looking at the direction where the two of them and the crocodile left. Many people couldn't help but tremble. That young man actually killed the legendary Nether Demon Dragon, just like that. This is simply too terrifying. Who the hell is he? He doesn't look like an old antique. He seems to be a young man in his 20s. But how can his combat power be so terrifying? In this 8th heaven, I have never heard of such a person among the powerhouses of the younger generation. Where did he come from? He is in the Nirvana realm, and among the younger generation of Nirvana realm, it seems that only the divine sons and goddesses of the top forces in the 9th heaven have reached this level, right? This young man, is he the descendant of a super force in the 9th heaven? Many cultivators were shocked. At the same time, some cultivators looked at the broken mountain with pity in their eyes. The treasure exuding the 7-colored divine brilliance was taken away by him. Someone whispered, "So what if he took it away? What else can we do?" Even the legendary Nether Demonic Dragon was slain by someone of that level. I don't think there are many people in the entire celestial realm who can stop him. We can only admit that we made this trip in vain. A cultivator next to him said. Nearby, some other cultivators also nodded. They all came here for the 7-colored light source. But at this moment, seeing Lin Tian take it away, they could only accept it. They didn't have the slightest thought of competing for it, because Lin Tian even killed the legendary Nether Demon Dragon. If they compete with Lin Tian for the 7-colored light source, wouldn't they be courting death? Too strong. Someone stared at the direction where Lin Tian went and murmured, shivering involuntarily. Lin Tian, Ling Yin, and Wuxing Crocodile left the mountain range, with Wuxing Crocodile leading the way. At this time they had already walked very far and appeared outside a swamp. There were shrubs everywhere and there was no one around. This place is absolutely quiet. There is absolutely no one here. Not even a wild rabbit can be seen here, Wuxing Crocodile assured. Lin Tian nodded, stepped into the depths of the swamp, and sat down cross-legged on a big rock. With a buzzing sound, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had fused with the sword's soul fragment. 7-colored light overflowed and had already uncontrollably interweaved out of his body. It was surrounded by dense spiritual energy and boundless Tao power, which was extremely shocking. "Protect me," he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin. He quickly activated the Heart Sutra of Sun and began to refine the 7-colored light overflowing from the godly sword. Suddenly, a rich, golden divine light began to appear on the surface of his body. It was crystal clear, strong and bright. His entire body was dyed with a layer of golden light. Then the aura on his body began to rise and become stronger. Buzz! The golden light buzzed, strands and threads. He looked into his sea of consciousness. After the sword's soul fragment had merged with the divine sword, the complicated patterns on the divine sword had become brighter and more numerous than before. However, he still could not understand them. He could only feel that these patterns were very unusual. He stared at the godly sword with his divine thoughts. After dozens of breaths, the godly sword gradually completed the fusion with the newly obtained sword soul fragment. It became quiet again, motionless like an ancient boulder. His divine thoughts surrounded the surroundings. After a pause, he tried to channel the godly sword. Then he found that it was still the same as before. There was no result at all. The other party quietly hung at the bottom of his consciousness and did not respond to his call at all. Forget it. Finally, he said in his heart and withdrew his divine thoughts from the godly sword. At this time, there was still a lot of 7-colored light radiating from the godly sword in his body. It contained very rich spiritual energy and Tao light. He began to refine the 7-colored light more seriously. Buzz! For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body became richer and his aura became stronger. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the divine light and aura outside his body were strong to a critical point. Then they suddenly weakened to a low point. Moreover, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that his body began to stiffen. Many parts of his body began to petrify. There was a very intense pain that made him feel like his body was about to be crushed into pieces. What's going on? Lin Tianyi was shocked. This sudden turn of events caused him to be visibly moved. Kid, you are going to the second heaven of Nirvana realm. Focus and calm your mind. Don't panic. A voice resounded. 5 elements Crocodile and Ling Yun were guarding at the side. At this moment, they quickly spoke. In the Nirvana realm, every time you reach a new level, you will shed your old body once. You will petrify your old body and give birth to a new body within. This will strengthen your physical body, toughen your meridians, toughen your bones, expand your sea of consciousness, and purify your soul. Just like how a green snake sheds its skin, this will allow your body to grow stronger and stronger. Gradually, you will be able to bear more power. As such, you will be able to step into the primal Chaos Emperor realm after 9 nirvanas. Chapter 1070. A genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Even though Lin Tian was cultivating, he could clearly sense everything around him. At this time, he naturally heard the words of the 5 elements Crocodile. His heart suddenly moved. He did not expect that the cultivation in the Nirvana stage would have such a drastic change. Moreover, it was accompanied by such danger. If he was not careful, he would actually walk towards death in the process. It could be said that this was not much easier than the heavenly tribulation of the Great Path when one ascended from the void flight realm to the immortal ascension realm. After all, although the heavenly tribulation was destructive, one would only face one heavenly tribulation when ascending from the void flight realm to the immortal ascension realm. However, in the nirvana realm, one would have to undergo 9 nirvana metamorphoses. Got it, he responded. After that, he took a slight, deep breath, and he quickly calmed himself down while his Tao heart and heart were completely calm. Gradually, the aura on his body became weaker and weaker, falling into a trough, like a small flame in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. At the same time, more parts of his body began to turn into stone. His legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, head, and finally, even his hair began to slowly turn into stone. In this way, about half an hour later, his whole body turned into a human-shaped stone, like a statue. We have entered the most critical stage. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed with a touch of evil light. He whispered to Ling Yin, "Little pervert, guard the surroundings well. This process must not be disturbed by the outside world." In fact, it had already guessed that Lin Tian might enter the second layer of nirvana and undergo a metamorphosis after obtaining the 7-colored light source. So it brought Lin Tian here. No living beings would come near this place all year round. So even if there was no one to protect him, it would still be very safe. However, it still has to be cautious at this time. After all, it is not a bad thing to be more cautious. Ling Yun nodded, made an understood gesture, and then stepped in another direction, glancing around vigilantly. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a big stone. His whole body was petrified and his aura was weak. The color of the stone was getting darker and darker. The 8th heaven, the easternmost position, the vast mountain ridges were connected to each other, and all of them were astonishingly majestic. All of them were overflowing with spirit chi, as if they were a group of celestial mountains. Within the group of immortal mountains, expanse after expanse of palaces were next to each other, all of them dazzling in gold and jade, imposing and majestic, possessing the bearing of an emperor. It was unknown just how vast of an area they covered. Within this place, immortal birds soared into the sky. Numerous treasured islands floated in the air, and even further away, there was even an enormous waterfall. It displayed a type of boundless immortal aura, as if this was a legendary immortal ancient court. What? Inside a treasure pavilion that was filled with palaces, several tall figures stood together. Each of them had a strong blood chi. One of them stared at the several young men in front of him. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" The young men trembled slightly as they faced the towering figures in the treasure pavilion, instinctively feeling fear. One of them said in a trembling voice, "That's right, Patriarch. We definitely saw it clearly. We definitely didn't see wrongly. That person really did use that silver diagram divine art. It's the same as that middle-aged man from a few years ago. We didn't see wrongly." These young men were none other than the ones who wanted to steal Lin Tian's immortal Ling Jing from the western nether continent not long ago. At that time, Lin Tian crippled one of them and gave him a beating. These young men expended a lot of energy and spent several days to rush back to the Chu clan. They immediately reported to the big shots of the clan that they saw Lin Tian use the 4 symbols Tao diagram because this matter was too important. A few years ago, a middle-aged man used this divine art to kill their clan's grand completion 5 elements, monarch physique at the bank of the Ruhr River in the heavenly domain, causing the Chu clan's vitality to be greatly damaged. This was the territory of the Chu clan. Among the big shots of the Chu clan in the treasure pavilion, there was the patriarch and grand elder of the Chu clan. At this time, their eyes were extremely cold and sinister. Back then, the middle-aged man killed their clan's grand completion monarch physique, which was a huge blow to the Chu clan. It was equivalent to cutting off half of their clan's foundation. They were afraid of that middle-aged man, but more than that, they felt hatred. After so many years, this hatred grew stronger and stronger. They even prepared many terrifying methods to lure that middle-aged man out so that they could kill him. Unfortunately, after that, they never encountered that middle-aged man again. Now, when these people heard the report that a young man in the western nether continent used the same divine art as the middle-aged man who killed their clan's grand completion monarch physique, their hatred and killing intent were directly aroused to the extreme. Each of them had a murderous glint in their eyes, and each of them was surrounded by a murderous aura. They were like death gods. Are you sure that there's only another young man and a demonic beast beside him, and no one else following him? The patriarch of the Chu clan asked. Read sure. A young man from the Chu clan said in a trembling voice, That person looks to be in his 20s, and there's only a demonic beast and another young man beside him. Hearing this, the big shots of the Chu clan became even colder. Murderous intent and coldness constantly swirled in their eyes. That little bastard also knows that divine art. He's definitely from the same lineage as that middle-aged man. If he's not that person's descendant, then he's that person's disciple. Capture him. Use him as bait and suppress the prepared monarch physique in the Great Annihilation Formation. Then lure that person out into the Great Annihilation Formation. As long as he enters, even an emperor will die. After killing him, we can still seize that powerful divine art. Move out immediately. The voice of the big shots of the Chu clan was cold, causing the temperature in the treasure pavilion to drop dozens of degrees in an instant. Western nether continent, in the swamp, in the depths of the swamp, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on a large rock. His physical body had completely turned into stone, as if a lifelike stone statue had been carved out by someone. He sat there cross-legged, unable to move his stone body. His breath became even weaker, as if he could be extinguished at any time and disappear from this world. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yuan guarded in two different directions, vigilantly observing their surroundings. At the same time, they naturally kept an eye on Lin Tian's Nirvana realm situation. Whoosh! The swamp was very quiet, and there was not even a wild rabbit. Even the sound of a gentle breeze could be heard very clearly, whistling in this space. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Tian's body was still stone, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker, almost to the point where it could not be felt. Normally, half a month is enough for a nirvana transformation. Why is this brat taking so long? Wuxing Crocodile frowned, and could not help but be a little worried. However, when it thought about it again, it remembered that the previous few destructive heavenly tribulations had not been able to take Lin Tian's life, so this 1 month of nirvana metamorphosis did not seem to be much. Thus, its furrowed brows relaxed, and it was no longer worried. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! On this day, Lin Tian's stone body suddenly made a crisp sound, and a crack suddenly appeared on his stone body, extending more than 3 inches long. Then, the cracking sound continued to be heard, and more cracks appeared, covering the entire stone body in the blink of an eye. Moreover, at the same time, the aura that he emitted, which was originally extremely weak, suddenly began to rise rapidly, like an erupting fountain. In an instant, it reached a terrifying height, causing the ground to tremble. It's a success. Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian's stone body, which was beginning to shatter, and felt the powerful breath coming from inside. 2 rays of light flashed in its eyes. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds continued to ring in this space, and Lin Tian's stone body continued to shatter. Pieces of stone broke apart, fell to the ground, and shattered into dust. Just like this, after a few tens of breaths of time passed, Lin Tian's body that had transformed into stone had completely split open, and the new body within was revealed. Moreover, his aura seemed to be even more condensed, while strands of precious radiance flowed on his body, causing him to seem like a treasured body of immortal radiance. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed in them. Then, after shattering the other stones on the surface of his body, he stood up. He clenched his hands, and the light in his eyes could not help but intertwine. At this time, his cultivation had reached the second nirvana stage from the first nirvana stage. He could clearly feel that his flesh, blood, meridians, and bones had been greatly strengthened. His sea of consciousness had become as vast as the ocean, and his spirit had become much more powerful. Is this the nirvana transformation? He could not help but exclaim. The light in his eyes intertwined again, and he clenched his fists again. At this moment, he felt that his strength was much, much stronger than when he was at the first nirvana stage. He had almost completed a perfect sublimation, which was really surprising. Whooshing Crocodile looked at his expression from the side, and naturally knew what he was thinking. He said, "How is it, little Lin? You feel that your strength has increased a lot, right? This is the nirvana transformation, named after the phoenix's rebirth from the fire. Every time you successfully undergo the nirvana transformation, your physique, sea of consciousness, and spirit will be greatly improved, and your combat strength will naturally undergo a huge change. It is also because of this that after the nirvana stage, the difference in strength between each stage is extremely huge." Lin Tian nodded. After successfully undergoing the nirvana transformation, he had deeply understood this point. The nirvana transformation that is accompanied by the risk of death will naturally produce extraordinary benefits. It is the same as going through the heavenly tribulation. Ling Yun said. Indeed, Lin Tian Andao. He sensed the changes in himself again, then took a deep breath and calmed down. Then he shook his right hand slightly and took out a jade container. With a thought, a large amount of crimson blood floated out and turned into 2 balls, floating in front of Ling Yun and Whooshing Crocodile. This is the nether demonic dragon's blood. It should be useful for both of you. Use it to refine your body. The jade container in his hand looked small, but the space inside was very large. He had taken a lot of the nether demonic dragon's blood, and it was all stored in it. At this time, he took out a portion and gave it to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun to refine their bodies. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun were both at the 9th heaven of enlightenment. Using the nether demonic dragon's blood to refine their bodies should be somewhat useful.